Raz, dva, tři, čtyři.
this one.
Hello?
Yeah. So this one works. Yeah, again, muting and unmuting is here.
Okay. This is... Hello? Okay.
So hello everybody, greetings, good morning, welcome into the home stretch of the GNU Cauldron 2022. Welcome to the annual GNU Toolchain, the annual GCC Steering Committee and GNU Tools and glibc and GDB stewards question and answer panel. First of all, I wanted to start off by thanking everybody for attending and thanking all of the people who've helped put this together, Jeremy Bennett and the whole team at Embacosm, Sarah and Simon, and for the wonderful effort of actually coordinating this and helping to manage this, and of course the great effort by Hansa and Professor Nessatrill and the hosting this at Charles University. And Polonius here. Thank you very much, sir, for your help and everybody's help at Charles University and hosting us in beautiful Prague yet again. And wanted to give a little bit of an update about the incredible work that's happened during this year. That we've had a number of great summer students with the Google Summer of Code, both with GCC itself, GNU Tools, the various parts of the GNU Toolchain, and the GCC Rust project, and the great work by the people on GCC. We've had over 7,300 commits by 321 authors. We've had in GDB 3,715 commits in the past year by 176 authors, and glibc 1,380 by 97 authors, so lots of great progress, lots of great contributions by everybody. And I should mention Martin Jambor's great work in helping to manage the Google Summer of Code projects for this, and great work by everybody in the community. So thank you very much for all of this great work, this great progress. Looking forward to another great year. And with that, update of the state of the GNU toolchain. We'll open it up to questions. So we're all here. We've got Tone, Jason, Joseph, Carlos, and Nick from representing the various packages here. And so what would everybody like to talk about? And Carlos will give out glibc stickers if you ask a question.
If you want one. If you ask the question, yeah. Yes.
So when are you going to update it to 7?
Please use the mic for the...
When are you going to update it to SO7?
When SO8 is out.
Yeah,
Put it on.
Yes.
I will keep the mic on. Florian gave a great talk about glibc 3.0. I think it was like 3 cauldrons ago. It would have to be something really significant to have us go to libc SO.7. We could fix a number of ABI issues and things like that and clean up a whole bunch of stuff. But the thing to remember is our users, right? Like, our users have this expectation from us, and we're here to support them. So I think staying on libc SO.6 is like the highest value for all of our users, ensuring we have backwards compatibility. We can still make so many more improvements before saying that we would ever switch to libc SO.7. So, like, there's still a lot of work to do before we would ever consider a so name bump.
What will be your feeling about, I mean, when we, okay, there, you know, so there is LLVM and there is a GNU toolchain, right? And one thing that has been happening to me recently is that, I'm talking about this const volatile thing, where to place the variables. So GCC and the GNU toolchain have a behavior for a long time. Then some external parties say, okay, no, it should work different. So so LLVM works differently because it just do it differently. You know, it puts the variable somewhere else. Then you, as me, for example, someone who is working on it, then you go to LLVM and then you say, hey, look, you know, I think GCC is doing it differently. Then they say, okay, then go to talk to the GCC people. Then you file a bug in the GCC Baxilla. Then the GCC hackers, they say, okay, yeah, because that's our understanding of the spec, which is not. I mean, that is the understanding of the person who tells you that, because I don't think we have in the GNU toolchain, you know, like a group or anything that is devoted to that. You know, to look at the specs and actually say, okay, we think we interpret the spec this way. Then you go back to LLVM. Then they say, oh, we have told to the, you know, to the reflectors of C, you know, of C++ 11 or C11 or whatever, and that's our interpretation of it. Then you go back to GCC, and then you send a patch, and then people is not quite happy with it. So how can this be improved? I mean, when one developer of GCC, like me, for example, have to face LLVM because they do things differently, how can I get the support of this community behind me, right? Like, yeah, we think that your interpretation of the spec is not correct, right? And then they say, yeah, it is correct. Then what should I do?
Well, when there's a difference in interpretation of the standard, going to the language standard committee reflectors is really the way to go, and having one of the developers do that, that seems like a natural path. I mean, I understand that that's not that's not convenient, you can probably shortcut the more involved process that you were thinking by talking to me for C++ or perhaps Joseph for C about saying there seems to be a difference in implementations on this issue. You bring that up on the reflector.
Okay, so do you have contacts with the several committees? Sorry, do you have contacts with the committees? I guess you do. Right, so if I talk to you and then you talk to them and then you tell me, okay, our understanding of the spec is this, then I go to LLVM and they tell me that there is different. So my point here is it would not be better if you talk to the LLVM people who are also in contact with the committee? Because I don't think I am skilled, to do that.
I think it's reasonable to put the const volatile variables in a read-only section. Is that the answer you wanted for the const volatile?
Right. So can you go and tell that to the LLVM people? Because they will listen to you.
Well, but look, there are two things here. I mean, we aren't going to settle the const volatile issue. I mean, this isn't an argument about const volatile right here. I understand your question about support. There are two things here. We do have people, as Jason mentioned, who are on the standards committee, and Joseph. We also have, now there is this Linux toolchain mailing list, which is now a combined place for both all toolchains, including GCC and LLVM, to have conversations. And that's another place where we seem to have common discussions about interpretations and how the toolchain should work, cooperate, or be consistent amongst them.
My impression was, if I remember the const volatile discussion correctly, that LLVM was putting them in a read-only section and GCC wasn't. So what I was saying was I think the interpretation where you do put them in a read-only section is reasonable. I also think, arguably, this is one of the things where maybe you consider it to be an ABI issue. There are various things on the margins of should this be considered an ABI. And I'm guessing maybe you don't really have a PSABI group for BPF, but perhaps you should talk to a PSABI group if one exists.
I think we need to support you and go to the Linux toolchain list and have a conversation with all the other toolchains. There is also a libc coord list on OpenWall for FreeBSD, Muscle, glibc, LLVM libc to go and coordinate cross issues, and we raise issues on that list all the time. So if you also find POSIX or ISO-C conformance issues in the library, come talk to one of the lead developers on the project, like Jason, or come talk to me. We will take it to libc coord, and we'll have that coordinated discussion with all the other libraries. So I do think we can support you, right? I don't think you should be the intermediary between the communities, is what I think. I'm subscribed to libc coord. I don't know if I'm subscribed to Linux toolchains, though. Is that a upstream kernel list? I don't. Yeah. I'm on Linux API, though. So Linux API was for libc kernel API design. So I'm on that, which means that I'm monitoring if there's new APIs that we then have to implement in user space, and then the various libraries implement their interfaces differently. We can have a broad conversation on libc coord, Linux API, or at this point, Linux toolchain. But we should be helping you. I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, so if it's, say, a C++ standard issue, then once it goes to the reflector, then the Clang developers are also on that. And so that's a forum for discussion between the different implementations about questions of the language standard and their various lists for other things. So once the question has gone to the reflector and had some discussion there, then you can refer to that if you need to talk to.
Is the reflector public, though?
No, it's not. But that's why I'm saying, ask someone to raise the issue.
Yeah. So Okay, so to be clear here, I don't mind to go back and forward from one community to the other. The problem is that when you suggest people, when you ask people to change long-established behavior, everyone hates you at the end of the end. So at the end of the, you know, I mean, the LVM people hate you, and your own people hate you too, right? At the end. So they say, for example, in this case, oh, we asked the reflectors, and they say that they don't feel that this footnote, you know, about this const volatile is. Have you seen that discussion? Because they have not provided any proof of it neither. They just say, oh, they told us this, right? Now, at that point, I can't maintain that discussion myself. So that was, if we could improve in this, because it happens.
Yeah, so there is in this Linux Toolchains mailing list, and it has been useful to communicate with how the kernel people interpret a couple of corner cases. But maybe there should be a direct my feeling is on that mailing list, the kernel people are in the middle. So maybe there should be also another coordinated toolchain list.
Interpretation, LLVM and GCC.
Yeah.
So I think that Joseph's comments was probably the most useful. That you could see your concrete problem as part of the ABI, and basically say, okay, that's the reference implementation. I have to follow the ABI and propose a GCC fix to just fix your target because of to match the ABI, and that's what we can accept because it only affects BPF, and just leave aside if there's a strict specification that requires those variables to be there or here, because it's probably yeah, there's none. So and there's probably going to be, oh well, let's make it implementation defined, and then that doesn't help you either.
So in some cases, you have a standards body that can answer questions for you. So when Muscle and glibc run into interpretation issues, we file Austin group tickets in order to get the POSIX IEEE standards committee to say, yes, this is a way we would go. Yes, we would change the language this way in the standard. Like, I agree with Jason. I think this has to go to the reflector. There needs to be international community discussion over, like, what should an implementation do? However, the international community might say, it's implementation dependent, right? And then now you have two different implementations. So you're not wrong that there could possibly be, like we have libc cord, it could just be Linux Toolchain is the list to have a community discussion over, hey, guess what? The international community says they can't make up their minds on this issue, and you get to choose yourself because you're an implementation. So at that point, we just have to have a conversation between the toolchains. I think Linux Toolchain is as good as any. Like, if I just invent a rando list on OpenWall that's like, you know, Toolchain Coord, it wouldn't be any better than just going to talk on Linux Toolchain and making sure that the LVM developers are on Linux Toolchain, making sure GCC developers are on Linux Toolchain, and that we're reading and following Linux Toolchain just like I read and follow Linux API or libc cord to coordinate with the BSD libcs and Muscle and other libcs. Like, is that what you're thinking? Is that like a better answer for the process?
I will just add a new target who can do it differently.
Well, no, but I think the other thing is that, I mean, maybe we need to be clearer about who are the representatives on the standards committees, or at least have access to reflectors. So that's just a communication issue. But I mean, just, you know, for awareness, and we can also try to reiterate it here, as Jason did, that Jason, Joseph are, you know, the experts if people don't know on these standards, and those are the people that you should CC on the Bugzilla or, you know, contact with, and as long as it doesn't get overwhelming for them, that's, you know, the people should be the front line for this.
We can make a how-to standards list, like all the standards and the people that are connected to it. Sorry.
We can make a how-to standards list, because I think, like, the community is large enough that you might not know who to go to. Like, I read every one of Joseph's posts on the Reflector because I'm on SC22 from the Canadian side, so I do get to vote as a P member for Canada for WG14. So I also read those things. So if you wanted me to raise anything from a Canadian side, if you're Canadian, eh? Like, I'm supposed to represent both industry, academia, and individuals, eh? So.
Another approach could, of course, be that for every interpretation that's open and interesting to our community, we have a Bugzilla report. Because at least it's tracked then on our own side.
So I was asked yesterday on another talk about, this is representing somebody else, GFDL again. So given that there's no other conversation out here, so how are we going to solve GFDL? Okay, next question. Better explain the limitations on our documentation and being able to update it or process it. Because of the
Yeah, but I'll keep some. So I was one of the people who stirred this up, and we have talked about it before. The problem is with inline documentation in GPL licensed code that GPL and GFDL are not compatible. So I'd love to have documentation that was generated off the code, Doxygen or whatever. I would also love to have verifiable documentation where if I've got an example in the documentation, part of the testing of the documentation is all the examples still work. Actually, we do an astonishingly good job of that, given it's all done by hand. And the GCC manual, if you print it out, I think it's 600 pages long. So it's astonishing we keep it good. But it would be nice to automate that.
And Jeremy, here are your stickers. Excellent question, excellent explanation.
Just as another data point, in the kernel documentation, we have, after conversation with Linux Foundation lawyers, had to basically disallow GFDL licensing of the kernel documentation because once you process it through Sphinx, you're integrating the source code, which is GPL, with some GFDL documentation, and then you have a license conflict. So we just disallow that.
Persuade the FSF to issue a new version of GFDL that allows relicensing as GPL, like the thing they did to allow Wikipedia to relicense from GFDL to Creative Commons. I don't think we have any FSF people here, but persuading the FSF to sort things out would sort this thing out for everything that's GFDL licensed, at least as long as it has the any later version clause.
My understanding of the situation in GCC is that we avoid this problem by making sure that documentation strings that are shared between code and the documentation go into both at the same time.
Haven't we created a problem for ourselves there by not requiring copyright assignment anymore? Because the copyright owners have to also license relicensing.
That was a question raised in the move to allow contribution under the DCO, and we decided that just making sure that the strings were in both places at the same time avoided that problem.
Yeah, and in terms of what to do with it, I mean, I think part of the question was, that the GNU toolchain still remains, partnering, working with the Free Software Foundation. I mean, it uses GPL just as the kernel does, but it's not a separate project. So, there is more delicate balance that we need to to just declare that we're going to somehow not follow the policy. So as we discussed before, this needs to be an issue that we work through with the Free Software Foundation as to how to thread that needle.
So I would imagine we can try tracking down everybody that contributed a GFDL licensed documentation and ask them to relicense and delete all the rest. And just start over with a doc GPL, whatever, and just abandon the old versions and just hope for that the most important parts of the documentation can be relicensed. Because, I mean, we didn't give up our copyrights, so we can still contribute explicitly under a different license, right?
Yes, that is one solution.
This actually segues into a question I wanted to ask the people here. I've been dragging my feet with the GNU Tools. We currently only accept copyright-assigned contributions, but people have been asking for DCO. If I do that, does anyone have any objections? Does anyone think DCO is a bad idea?
Or you're just raising your hand voting, or you're raising your hand to comment? Both.
I personally like having something like the FSF behind my contributions, and I think the DCO, at least how it's currently used, makes it really difficult to track who the actual copyright holders are of your contribution, because the DCO tracks the authors, but not the copyright holders, and then your project becomes this, yeah, I don't know who holds the copyright on this. And that's what I'm, I think if the DCO was changed to be explicit about who the copyright holder was, then I would support it.
So aside from the practical issues that Mark talked about, there is an issue about the agreements in place with the GNU project and the FSF. Just yesterday, I heard from someone that the GCC steering committee had pretty much torn up the agreement that was in place. I thought that was an exaggeration, but is it? I mean, are the agreements that were in place going to be completely ignored, and do we have to start over and put new agreements in place, or can we still count on them? And we, I speak as both a member of the GNU Toolchain developer group and of the GNU Advisory Committee. So I'm on both sides, and I'm very confused about the present situation. And this question goes right into the issue. Are the agreements worth anything at this point? Can we still count on them, or not? The agreements between GNU and the GCC steering committee, those were very formalized, my understanding. I don't know the details about what they state, but I understand that there were agreements in place. I was also involved in let's say, the constitution of the current team of Llvm maintainers. I'm aware of some of the arrangements and of some of the communication problems that we faced during that time. I don't know about GNU Tools specifically. Maybe it's different, but in my understanding, GNU Tools was always very much part of the GNU project without any special arrangements. That would be the default agreement, which in the case of BNUtils involves assigning copyrights to the FSF, specifically bringing it back to this, to the issue that was being discussed initially.
I think there's actually a strong argument that the FSF tore up the agreement back in 2009 because there was, I'd say there was an implicit duty when we were saying the FSF would handle legal arrangements that they would do it in a reasonably expeditious way. And when they were introducing long delays in releasing GCC 4.4 while they tried to decide details of the libgcc license exception and how to handle plugins, I think the FSF was basically failing in their implied responsibilities in the agreement. So I think there's a reasonable argument that the FSF was failing to keep at least to the spirit of their side of the agreement as far back as 2009 and the delays to the release of GCC 4.4.
With GCC in particular, there's also the history of the eggs project that I think the agreement kind of making eggs again GNU GCC as a I think a looser agreement than perhaps some other projects might have.
I think it how do you say this? Well, most people have a problem with Richard Stallman. And I think, well, sorry, some. No, but, okay. No, but thank you. It's, and that, and him being president of the FSF and the leader of GNU made things difficult. I think we should try to see our connection with the FSF separate from that lingering. There is new leadership at the FSF. Maybe you saw the message from Zoe Kooijman on the overseers list when we started talking to the Conservancy. And I admit that I have a advantage that I'm Dutch and she's Dutch, so that makes communication somewhat easier. But I think the FSF might be much more reasonable than some of us expect. At least I thought, I have to talk to the executive director of the FSF and this is going to be terrible. It wasn't. So maybe we should talk more in Dutch.
Sorry. I mean, it's a very good statement. I mean, there have been conversations, Carlos and I and others with Zoe as well. And I mean, we definitely want to have an open communication with the FSF and are trying to cooperate and you know, find common ground. And also, you know, the GCC steering committee, I mean, people can disagree about, you know, how it's actually formed, how it you know, all of the democracy, secrecy, whatever we want people to believe or not believe about it, but the stewards and the GCC steering committee have been appointed with the approval of the GNU project, the FSF, and work in the best interest and represent the community and represent the FSF for the best interest of the project. And I think that we all believe that we are approaching that in good faith and trying to do things in the best interest of the project with that authority and appointment that we have. So, you know, and there, you know, people may not know it, but there's been a great deal of effort, I mean, on my part, I mean, I can speak for myself and all of us to really try to preserve that relationship and try to balance the issues of the community, of the project, and of the GNU project, and of the FSF, not trying, and lots of, at least we feel, or I feel, you know, a lot of you know, extensive effort and really, you know, all I can say is just a lot of effort to try to ensure that we don't come across as you know, partisan on either side of this, that we aren't trying to explicitly, you know, choose one side or the other, harm one side or the other. This is trying to ensure that we find a balance because, as Marcus, you mentioned, others, there are people with very strong views about the projects. I mean, to put it mildly, there are people with very strong views on both sides of this, and we're trying to find a way to keep this an inclusive project for all of these different views and keep people who are, as I said at the very beginning, an incredible team. And again, you should really applaud yourself. I mean, this project has been going on for 30 plus years and continues to be, you know, a major, you know, foundation of this entire GNU Linux ecosystem. And it's, you know, this project is now essentially the basis running the world. I mean, you know, cloud, everything. I mean, understand that, you know, there's, you know, trillions of dollars at least of economy that all runs on this, on these great people, these great companies, great volunteers. And we're trying to find a balance to ensure that the GNU toolchain continues to remain, you know, in that strong position to be able to provide this high quality production level toolchain that's the basis for companies, all these, you know, Red Hat, SUSE, Canonical, all these different, you know, and I'm not, you know, I'm sorry for all the distributions I'm leaving out, and I mean, the BSDs who were previously using that at Mac OS, I mean, and Google and, you know, Facebook, everybody who, you know, is or was using it and relied on this. And so we're trying to find that balance, you know, thread that needle so that we can maintain this great collection of people from all these companies who are essentially for the GNU Toolchain project volunteers. I mean, they're paid by various companies, or they may be independent developers or freelancers or whatever, but they're contributing to this and continuing to make this a tremendously important, respected project. And we want to ensure that all of those people continue to participate. And so we are mainly trying to find ways to that. Not everybody's going to be happy with every single decision, but try to find that balance where we can ensure that all of these really core people, and because it's you know, it's great that we have this, you know, all the people here in person, the people who are online. I mean, there are a lot of people who are here, the developers, a lot of people who aren't here, but it's not, you know, a cast of tens of thousands of developers that we have. I mean, there's some very core critical people that make this project run. And we want to ensure that these people still feel comfortable participating.
Nick, did you get an answer to your DCO question somewhat?
Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is allow DCOs, but with an extra line saying who holds the copyright.
Sure. Yeah.
I think that's putting quite a burden on those signing that DCO, because knowing who owns the copyright of what you authored is probably dependent on where you're living, on where your employer is, say so. It's a legal question, and you're putting the burden on asking the legal question to the contributor. That might turn them off, because if I would need to say who owns the copyright, I'm not actually sure. If in Germany I retain my copyright because there is something like that, or if my employer also has, so there might be multiple people that have rights to your code. So it's a very difficult question. So.
Hi.
Exactly. That's exactly the. I mean, I think we're all saying that. Look, for all the people here, because working on any part of the tool chain. I mean, and Richard you're an incredibly brilliant person. I mean, again, thank you. But I'm just saying for the people who are able to understand these various specifications for the languages, if you can understand the back end of GCC, you can figure out legally who owns the code and the copyright.
So it's very easy for me because the company has designed some disclaimer, So so that's basically you would require in the DCO if people contribute in time that they are paid for doing that to require to have signed disclaimers from whomever. Yeah. So basically you have the other way of the FSF copyright assignment.
Right.
Yeah.
If you do a copyright assignment for the DCO, then why have a DCO at all?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it can be difficult to work out who owns the copyright, but you need to do that if you're going to contribute that way. I'm not going to make it easy for you to ignore the law.
When we originally discussed adopting DCO internally in the steering committee, we did discuss the question of should we use standard DCO or a variant with things such as provisions for allowing certain kinds of relicensing. And at that time, we concluded the advantages of doing the standard DCO that people know from many other projects outweighed whatever disadvantages there might be in the standard DCO.
No, I've already got enough stickers, thank you. So I want to just change the topic, which is, I want to get feedback because this is the first Cauldron where we have charged a ticket price. And the thinking for this was that we were getting feedback from our sponsors that said, it's jolly hard raising sponsorship, but it's very easy for us as corporate people to pay for tickets. And therefore, it's an easier way of raising money. Now, it turned out this year that our sponsors were incredibly generous, which is why we've only charged £50 for the ticket. I'd just like to get feedback as to whether people are still comfortable with us going down that route of how we fund this project, because it is a first-time experiment.
And I'll also just mention, I mean, with that introduction, that with the GNU Toolchain Fund, has travel grants and continues to provide travel grants for people who are freelancers, don't have the funds to attend, and we also, with the generous sponsors and the fees that people paid, we were providing complimentary registration for students and people here. So that for anybody in the future, be aware that that shouldn't be any restriction to attending if you're truly a contributor or have a want to be able to participate in the community. That we welcome that sort of participation. But anybody have a comment either in the audience about the fees? I mean, as Jeremy said, I think that there is, at least I've heard that it's a lot easier, or it's a lot more in the expense reporting of companies to be able to pay a conference fee of some sort than this sponsorship. But I think it's we're a small community. I mean, I'll say, assuming this, that we can balance things out. I mean, if there are some company is better able to handle this through a sponsorship, as Jeremy mentioned, and then we can go back and sort of, rebate the fees. I mean, or make, give all of those companies sort of still charge a fee but have a complimentary. I mean, this is again with the great work of Jeremy and his team able to adapt and sort of personalize this as necessary. So.
Can someone give comparison figures for other events, like what's the fee for the Llvm conference?
So is there anyone here who's paying their own way and not have corporate behind them? I see 3 raised hands.
Did we subsidize you? Is that good? Did we help support you? Or did you ask? Please ask. Like we want to be inclusive. We don't want to have you pay. Like there are people here supporting you. So if you paid your way, please come to the committee and just ask for support. Like, I mean, I mean, man, like subsidies are hard. It's an emotional question about asking. I went once to a Linux Foundation event where I had to ask for money, and it's hard to do, right? Like it's an emotional thing to reach out to the committee and say, look, I want to give this talk. I don't have enough money to do this thing. I'm doing something else, and like, can you support me? But at the same time, like, you know, that's what we're here for. We're here to support you. So I hope you feel okay asking.
Yeah, and again, Jeremy, and we all agree in sort of the purposes. We want to make this inclusive. We want to make this, not bare bones, but unlike some of these other organizations, I mean, we're not trying to use this conference as a fundraising event. I mean, it's not paying for administrativia. It's not paying for the foundation or anything else beyond the event. So that's why we're able to do this in a very cost-effective manner. So, I mean, not saying that we intend to change it. Again, we're trying to adapt and respond to the community. If the community wants something different, if they want this to be, maybe we have discussed, if we should shift this to being co-located with, adjacent to the Linux Plumbers Conference, because there is a lot of overlap, and it has been very effective to coordinate, have the conversations with LPC and to not be jumping around to different locations. But as we just mentioned, I mean, the LPC is the fees for that are more expensive. I mean, the whole way that the Linux Foundation operates in that sense is a different financial model, a different business model, which is fine. I mean, it's self-consistent, but I mean, it's a matter of whether that's the right balance for our community or not. But for the time being, we're as with Jeremy and the great leadership that, I don't know, I guess I mean, Jeremy, we now have the organization in the UK set up to host this, which Carlos and I and Joel are co-trustees, or whatever the appropriate term is, sorry.
For the first 10 years, this is run by the organising company holding the money, or in some cases, Embecosm holding the money for them. Now, we're honestly, but it doesn't look brilliant. So we have set up a community interest company in the UK. And the reason for using the UK is because I live in the UK, and no other reason. And that, incidentally, is why the fee was in pounds. And the idea is that will be a lightweight legal entity to hold the money, and with basically a group of directors which are the key players in the foundation and the key people organised. So Honza will be a director, Carlos, David. But we'll still use the same model, which is whoever is hosting, and that's perhaps a question for the end of this session, we'll do all the organisation, and then we'll just hand over the money. But we have a legal entity there. And you can go and look it up on Company's House. GNU Tools Cauldron CIC.
But anyways, as I was saying, that we have this set up here, and we can change the financial balance of what we want to do with the agreement of the community. If we want this to, for that to be a holder of additional money for other beneficial purposes, I mean, with whatever is legally allowed, I mean, we can figure out if we want to make this host vacations for the GNU Toolchain team, or whatever we want to do with this. I'm joking, everybody. But figure out what balance we want with the finances and the luxury, and exactly how we want the conference to operate. I mean, this is a community effort.
Yeah, so part of this year I found it difficult because you hadn't figured it out yet. So it was, luckily my company just said whatever they charge, we'll pay it. But if my company wouldn't have said that, then this year probably would have been kind of difficult to attend because well, next year we'll figure it out earlier. I do think there's a difference between $50 and $300. What I wanted to say about asking for money is hard. What you could offer is, say, if you want to give a lightning talk, or make it a bit, if you present something, then of course you are welcome to ask for. And I think especially students would then easier say, hey, I will come and give a lightning talk on my involvement. Yeah, I think that would be really nice.
Well, of course, with this year's £50 of entrance fee, the travel costs for anybody not living in Prague is going to be much higher than this entrance fee. So if they also can ask for travel reimbursement, that would probably a more generous offer in this year. No, I'm not sure how it's going to be next year.
I know, but again, as we said, that the GNU Toolchain Fund, which is separate from this, but at the FSF with the Work Together Fund, we have funds that are able to provide travel, assistance for people who are independent, don't have corporate sponsorship, to be able to travel to us. So we're trying to ensure that everybody can participate who needs to. And as Jeremy, well, I mean, I know, but I mean, to mention, or maybe this is what you're saying, but following on what Mark said, next year, as Jeremy reminded me before, we really are interested in, if anybody's interested in hosting the Cauldron next year in their wonderful, beautiful city, please contact Jeremy, Hansa, and I about that. We're definitely interested in trying to find another location and who could help with the logistics of that. So there is interest in this, and please, talk amongst your, corporate organizations if they'd be able to, or interested in providing that sort of resource and assistance. So this is a call for sites, I guess, or a call for hosting. And please let us know at your earliest convenience if you're interested in hosting Cauldron next year, so that we can have another wonderful, productive meeting like this entire 3 days. So is there something else, Jeremy, you wanted, or that was the topic?
We did explicitly consider speaker. We didn't achieve what we wanted to do, which was to enable those who needed support to be supported. The whole point of this is to talk if you want to talk. Okay? If you come from a multi-billion corporate, you don't, whether or not you're talking, you need a subsidy. It's great to have so many, but for talk's sake,
Very quickly. Sorry, very quickly then. 8 minutes left. Oh, that's fine. Speaking as a maintainer, I'm struggling these days to keep on track of all the GCC patches that are coming in. The mailing list is huge. What can we do to improve that so that we don't lose patches? I know that glibc is using patchwork, but we don't in GCC. I looked at it yesterday. We've got 4,000 patches in patchwork. Dating back, and that's just the last 2 years, none of them being closed.
So we could have a speed reading session at the Cauldron? Maybe, no, okay.
Well, for patchwork to work, we all have to agree to use it.
Talk about patchwork.
Hi, this is Sidesh. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Sidesh. Go ahead.
Perfect. So since John is not there, I thought I'd chime in on his behalf for GCC and Patchwork. So we did try, and we tried using some of the automation that we use in glibc to mark patches as committed, or well, committed is pretty much it when it comes to automation. And we found that it just doesn't work for GCC. Because there's a certain amount of developer involvement that is required to make sure that the automation works. For example, whatever you post on list has to be the exact same thing that you commit to Patchwork, so to the repo. So that is clearly not there. I mean, even when it comes to glibc, we have somewhere around 70% there. Even we are not like 100% sanitized as far as that behavior is concerned. So yeah, to answer your question with respect to Patchwork, we have tried. I think John continues to try, but it's just not able to catch up with the volume of the patches and the percentage of patches that actually some automation that might be able to catch.
Yeah, so there are some community behaviors that make it, say again? It's on. There are some community behaviors that make it hard to automate the process. And if we tweaked those behaviors a little bit, it would enable some better automation and better use of the tools if you want to. So I use Patchwork before anybody was actually using it, and you can still use it to delegate patches to yourself, maintain lists, maintain bundles, and actually do patch application. So like there's command line clients that let you pull stuff. Like if you don't want to use your inbox or an mbox, you can use command line clients for it. But I'd say one of the first wrinkles is committing exactly what you said you were going to commit without modifying it on the side before you commit it. And that's hard, specifically because someone gives you a patch and they're expecting you to commit that. And yet sometimes we go behind their back and go, I needed a little more change, and then you change it and then you commit it. And then there's no closed loop between what the author submitted to you and what you committed as the committer. If those two things don't match, it may be an expectation difference, but it is the one thing that makes it hard to automate commit versus what's on the mailing list. And we've been trying to improve that.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. I set up the Patchwork for GCC in 2010. There are 108,501 patches in it now. The big problem is that Patchwork is set up for the Linux flow. So there's one maintainer who does the commits, or a group of maintainers who do the commits, not the people themselves. That's not how the Patchwork tool works. What it's set up for. So we really need a different tool. Just a bunch of scripts maybe that people can run themselves. But.
So one issue I have with like committing exactly what I post, does this apply to the cover text of the commit, so the commit message, or only to the patch content? Okay, so then I should be most of the time be fine. Well, but it's also I'm posting patches because we are required to post patches, but I don't need approval for my changes. So I usually say, well, I've tested them and I've pushed it. So it would need to, like, I'm not sure why all the patches show up in Patchwork and most of them just stay there for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I also use this as an opportunity to say that we, need to improve or increase the community. I mean, in the number of people able to do reviews, so that we don't have these choke points and bottlenecks for people. We definitely want to increase the number of reviewers, increase maintainers, the steering committee, GCC, glibc, to be able to delegate and have finer granularity where possible, so that we can have more reviewers to handle the volume, and also help with the documentation, help with how to get started. I mean, and Carlos has been excellent about that for glibc. We need the same thing for the other parts of the toolchain to make it easier to onboard developers and to ensure that this remains a vibrant community that's able to handle the volume, and again, maintain this heavily relied upon infrastructure in toolchain that's underlying GNU Linux.
So I'd say the like auto close bot that looks at what got committed versus what's being tracked, it's just Python, right? We can write a whole bunch of, we can write some additional things. So, I mean, part of the reason I haven't reached out to GCC or BNU Tools or GDB on this is because we're still trying to refine what it looks like for glibc. But if the next person whom I'd really bug is Jonathan Wakely to make sure it works for libstandard C++. And if it works for libstandard C++ and we can get a process down, then we can show you what it looks like and what to do, and if there's any kind of like community tweaks. So if you're committing something that is identical to just what you post, oftentimes if you push something that's committed, then make sure that you just push exactly the same thing on the list, and make sure you use scissors just so that Patchwork knows like you do scissors, but everything above your scissors is just blah, 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 blah. You're having a conversation with the list about that thing, right? You can anything above the scissors is going to get cut by the git scissor.
I don't think the present generation of web-based pull request systems are right for the toolchain, but I could imagine that someone could in future come up with a system that has better tracking and isn't based entirely on the mailing list as the primary transport, even though I think there are various issues with the present generation. I could certainly imagine something better in future that addresses the problems both with mailing lists and with those centralized web-based systems.
Yes, we're out of time.
Well, one of the reasons that the exact patches as posted and committed doesn't work for us in many cases is that maintainers often say the patch is okay if you change these and 2 lines, and we don't bother to resend it because it's useless. So there could be other options like trying to patch patchworks so that it allows a few lines changes as long as most of the patch is the same, or we have those pre-commit hooks which could check is the patch matching something from the mailing list. If yes, tell the user, okay, I'm marking this as committed. Otherwise, please do it yourself through some tool or.
So one of the things that I'm considering doing is sending out an email if the patch that is committed does not exist on the mailing list. So you'll get like a pushed email. I'll try that for libc alpha, and if that works, then I can work with John to try it for libstd C++ and maybe with GCC in future.
So anyways, I think we're out of time now, so to allow for the next group. But we're here, the rest of the day. You know how to find us online, so please, happy to continue this conversation with everybody. So thanks very much for another successful.
That's not muted. There we go. Hey. So I'm trying to clip. Oh, I have to clip it on down here then. There we go. Okay, shall we kick off? So stay in or get out. Hey, Pedro. I have to try and project my wife's teacher voice. She uses it on me sometimes, and it's very effective. Okay, so thanks for coming. I'm going to talk about diversity and inclusion. And first question is, do you know what I mean when I say diversity and inclusion?
I guess.
Some, right. Some do, some don't. Okay. Yeah. So, and other question, who has had any diversity or inclusion training? Right, I'm seeing like half a dozen hands, about 10, 20% of the room. Okay. So, I looked up, looked up diversity and inclusion in a dictionary. Diversity is the condition of or having been composed of different elements. And inclusion refers to the act or practice of including and accommodating people who have historically been excluded. That's all it is. Most of this stuff I'm actually going to probably focus on GCC because that's the project I'm most closely involved with. glibc, GNU Tools, GDB, might want to do your own thing here rather than have a pan sort of tool chain outcome of this. This is a BOF, because Sarah convinced me that would be better, but I'm obviously giving some background here because, as we have established, not many of you have had any sort of experience in what it means to be diverse and what sort of obstacles there are. So, here's a picture of a monochrome Cy Toomley abstract that's actually in MassMocha in Western Massachusetts. If you get a chance, go see that museum. It's interesting. Question. Are there enough GNU toolchain developers?
Answer, no.
Right.
Enough for what?
For all the things that we would like to happen with the GNU toolchain?
No.
Right. So, no. That's all yeah?
Yeah, so you're asking, are there enough developers to do all the great and wonderful things that we want to do?
Yes.
And I think the answer is no, right? Yeah. We all want more reviewers at the very least. We've had that conversation many times.
Yeah.
On the other hand, there is... not that much, but the good end of that is we do have an opportunity to know pretty much every one of them, which is on the other side a good thing. And it's easier to reach to people within a smaller community. So not enough people to do all the work, but it's easier to know and approach people this way.
I'm sorry, I can't quite catch what you're saying.
That because there are not that many people, it's easier to figure out who is who, who's working on what, and have a mental idea of other people involved in the community and who's making this community.
Yeah. So smaller communities, it's easier to know who's who.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Okay. What I was leading up to is, how can we...
Conversely, that means that it can be harder for somebody to enter that because it looks more like a small club. And it's certainly true that it's easier for people who are regulars to get a quick review on the list and much harder for somebody who's posting for the first time.
Yes. There's a problem with becoming a clique and having no way in. Yes. Anyway, what I was trying to lead up to is how can we find more developers? And, we've probably tapped out the supply of white men in terms of finding developers. If you look at the human population, you'll notice that the average number of ovaries per human is about 1. The average number of ovaries in this room per person is significantly less than that. Now, I'm using the ovaries specifically there because apparently if you use testicles, a lot of male people say, oh, that's fine, and then completely lose their minds when you flip to ovaries. Jeremy.
So I think you asked the question how we increase. And what I would point out is almost everyone in this room is professionally paid to work on GNU. And that says that the first place you need to look at is hiring strategies from the companies who employ us. How do we get more diversity? How do we increase diversity in the hiring of people?
So are you saying increase the diversity in the companies you work in, or from the pool of non-diverse people in the company? Probably.
Well, all of those probably, but basically, if most people who work on GNU are doing it because they've managed to get a job in that,
yes,
you need to have more people of every group that you want to get into there. They have to be hired. I struggle to hire women because I get 20 male applicants for every 1 female applicant I get. And it's really hard to me to say I want a 50-50 recruitment when I'm getting a 20-to-1 ratio of resumes. What do I do to get 20 more resumes, for example?
Where are you advertising and how are you advertising?
On our website, and I use a specialist recruiter.
Does the specialist recruiter specifically know where to look? Okay.
I think there's a distinction maybe to be made between the people here who indeed are sent by their companies, but there's how to get started with contributing to the GNU toolchain, and that's not necessarily restricted by that way. So any student we should be attracting, whether male, female, anything in between, diverse. So it's right, the companies are the ones sending the people here, but before you get to the stage that a company sends you here, there's work to be done.
I think there are more complications here. I used to work for a couple of companies. We did have both male and female employees. But the problem is first the problem is that statistically there are way more males interested in this industry, especially the lower you get, more males that are kind of interested. I don't know why, it's disputable, of course. But then another, I guess my other problem is that because already the teams are filled out with more male-dominated surroundings, the female colleagues are a bit, I wouldn't say they tend to shy away from those surroundings because
Can I interrupt you there? Yeah. Because you're falling into a trap that I've actually got some slides for. And could you hold that thought and we come back to it in a bit?
Right, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I wanted to get into that trap because I heard my wife, she also entered into the math and computer side of things, and she said that during her study time, like when she was deciding where she wanted to go and stuff, she was actively discouraged by professors and teachers and colleagues, other students, because, women tend to like more arts or biology or whatever. So, are you sure you like this? Like, second-guessing her liking this STEM fields because she's a woman, while people who said they liked medical fields or biological or whatever we say women tend to like more, were never second-guessed. So she felt this active discouragement, and that's part of the reason we get so little female applications. Right. Because we're stopping them from studying that. How are they going to apply if they don't have a degree and we stop them?
I feel we're running down a bit of a rat hole of trying to solve a problem without actually describing what the problem is.
That's fair.
And So if I might just stop. So, okay, sorry, yeah.
All right, I'm going to bring a different perspective here. For GCC list, the only way, at least based on my understanding and my experience over the last year and 9 months, is by contributing technically to the team or to the list and the community. I think we should increase the scope of the contribution, not just technical contribution, and I think technical is the wrong word, not just feature contribution or additions in terms of technical features.
Yeah.
But if you increase the contribution level to other things, like there are several other things that people can contribute to an upstream community, like documentation or management of the list or any of those other things, if we increase those, I think there's a possibility of attracting more people. So say, for instance,
widen our horizon of what we think contributing means.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, just for some numbers. Here we go. So, and I tried to find numbers about the female. I'm using women as an example because it's glaringly obvious. The same is true for minorities of non-white populations. Okay. And you know, the Llvm conference has an attendance of about 20 to 30% women. So women in the compiler industry or the toolchain industry do exist. And I tried to get, the data I got for the GNU Cauldron was by counting the faces in the conference photos, so it's not accurate. But of the two that I looked at, there were like about 90 men and 2 women. So that's significantly different. And, you know, I worked at home before I moved to working at Facebook and actually moved to an office. But that company has like an engineering population of, you know, at least 30% women, technical developers. And it's like night and day to actually work in an environment that is more like the environment of the society you actually live in. And just to be clear, colorizing this picture is actually how it is. It's that dramatic difference. And I checked this with colorblind filters. So unless you're actually monochromatic vision, you will see a difference in that picture. Oh, right, yes. So, picture of an elephant. It's a metaphor.
Is it actually in the room, though?
Okay, yes, very good. The point I'm making here is people that are excluded, people who are not here, are not going to tell you why they're not here. They're just not here. It's up to us to figure this out. And we can't demand that the women who are not here tell us how to encourage them to be here. And actually, there's an incident that you all observed in this conference over the days that it's been here. If you recall, and now, I want to thank the organisers of the conference for organising this conference. I'm going to use this example for illustration and take it as the learning example it can be. So, when you register for this conference, there was the thing, do you have any dietary needs? People fill that in. The food that was there at lunchtime and at breakfast and at tea was completely unlabelled on the first day. Didn't have any indication of any allergens in it. Didn't have any indication of whether it was vegan or whether it was vegetarian. I'm assuming I know some people filled in that they were vegetarian or vegan. I don't know what the numbers were, but I'm assuming some of them may be in this room. How did that make you feel? And actually, I've discovered, because I thought I looked it up, we're in the European Union here. Since 2014, all food preparers have to indicate from a list of 14 allergens, allergen groups, whether it's in the food. Apparently, the enforcement of that regulation varies across the EU. So as far as I understand, it was a legal obligation for that food to be marked.
I'm assuming it is now marked, is that correct? Was this purely a mistake that they failed to do it, or is it intentionally they didn't think it was important and didn't care?
Well, I don't know, because it reminded me that actually at previous cauldrons, we've had exactly the same problem.
Yeah, the marking, I think, was fixed. Yeah, we got the email and Petra arranged.
Right.
Yeah,
you know, so
that
I think
was omission. Sorry for that.
Yeah, it needs to be something that's noted down in the document that presumably is of how to run a conference. Check this. There's some comments up there, yeah. But that's purely, you know, I'm really using this as an example of how the vegetarians and vegans in this conference felt, and the people with food allergies felt about their inclusion.
So Nathan, you've hit the right thing, and I think what that emphasises is that we can do our, you know, Sarah had that information absolutely spot on, and it went through to Petra and Honza, but it shows you have to have a whole systems approach to this, because in this case, I think the floor fell out at the university catering level, and we have had that issue before. Actually, when we have had a couple of cauldrons in the UK where the person who was doing Sarah's job actually is by profession a hospital caterer, and you will have noticed in particular the catering at the Cambridge event really was probably exemplary and ahead, but that was because it was run by someone who this was her professional discipline in organising. But it is hard, and it requires a whole systems approach, and because of the way we run this conference, where it is the host organisation, we do, you know, we can give you can lead your elephant to water, but can you make it drink?
Yeah.
So I just want to add to this is that the fact that, so obviously we try and have different companies, different places host, and I'm aware that it's never been kind of formalized. So this year during kind of the admin side, I've been trying to document the fact of these are the processes that we go through, and I have, obviously we'd had a private conversation about this, and I have included the fact that on the first day it's checking that these labels are there. I'm aware that there are a few people with various allergens and things, and I've been going around manually checking. So from my point of view, I do apologise that if you haven't been able to eat, hopefully that you have now been able to food.
Yeah. So I'm trying to, take this as a way, how can we fix this? We put tests in the test suite to check we've got the compiler right. It sounds like, when Jeremy said a systems approach, and you need to check. And anyway, I don't want to dwell too much on that because I'm just using it as an example.
Yeah, just,
Thank you for organising the conference.
Yeah, just for the catering, it was done also by a kind of professional company which is having the restaurant in the basement. So yeah, I somehow assume that they will know what to do. And if I think back, I don't think it was ever labeled on any other conference here. So I think that's something we should fix, building-wise at least.
Yeah. Okay.
So there is another inclusion issue that is very dear to me,
yes,
which is that of free software compatibility. I see here we're using Zoom. I know people who would like to be participating.
I'm going to stop you right there. That is completely irrelevant to this talk, and you're hijacking it for what you want to engage in that kind of technical politics.
That's your approach to inclusion? You just say, oh, we don't care about people who care about software freedom, which is the reason we are here? I completely disagree with that approach to inclusion. Inclusion is about including, not picking which ones you want to exclude, which ones are fine to exclude. I know people who would like to participate in these afternoon sessions and who cannot because they are committed to not using non-free software.
Right.
This is a very serious inclusion issue for this conference. I would like, if possible, to be able to tell these people how to participate in this afternoon.
I'm actually sympathetic. It is inclusive, and we have this with the British Computer Society Open Source Specialist Group. There are people who won't, and Zoom is worse than that because there are some corporates that won't let you use it anyway. But we were stuck between a rock and a hard place. This should have been Big Blue Button, but the ability to use Big Blue Button failed at the last minute, and the only option we had was to use the university system, which happens to be a Zoom system. And sometimes in the real world, stuff happens, and you have to compromise and do the best you can. We learn from it, we go away and say, but Linux plumbers have Big Blue Button set up, but it's a nightmare for them, and we don't have the budget to set up Big Blue Button from scratch. And if we'd known this was a problem longer time ago, and we only found out a couple of weeks ago, then we could have done something about fixing that. But in the real world, things go wrong at the last minute, and we're stuck with what we're stuck with. And I'm sorry people got excluded. That will happen occasionally in all sorts of scenarios. And you can't get it perfect, and you just have to do the best you can. And that's why we've got Zoom here, not because we thought Zoom was a good thing, but because it was the way of getting out. The alternative would be to exclude all remote participants and say, haven't got a free solution, sorry, you're not here, you can't take part. Also very discriminatory.
All right. Okay. Yeah, so, Alex, sorry, I apologize for my outburst there.
May I suggest an IRC group for conversation, for participation in this afternoon, along with Zoom? Is that viable?
I think you're derailing the talk by the discussion by trying to fix a problem that you've identified. And I think, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I think fixing it right now is going to be difficult. Yeah.
I just wanted to, I imagine that for most people, the idea of, allergens in the food or the vegetarian options and vegan options are not something that affects you personally. So we always think, it's good that we have that. It's a shame that it didn't work and something like that. So from seeing my wife, who is a vegetarian, and her reaction when we came to Europe, which has a lot more vegetarian options, I think I can best translate that scenario in a way that everyone can understand to, imagine if when you're signing up to the conference, they asked, will you be bringing a laptop to the conference? Will you require power? And then people mark yes, and then they say, yes, there will be outlets in the rooms for you. And there are a couple outlets by the door. Or they forget to mark the outlets, and some seats have them and some don't. That is, I don't say that to attack the people who made the mistake. I know that it is done in good faith, and I know that you are trying to do your best, and you are doing a great job. I'm just talking to the rest of the people to give you an example where you can put yourself in their shoes and feel a similar way to how they would feel. That's all that I'm trying to do. So whenever we talk about diversity and inclusion, just that's sort of an example, just to put yourself in that place.
I don't know how I feel about comparing food or not using IRC right now to the diversity that's actually happening in our society. As a woman, I'm a woman. We saw something happen, we saw the food, we saw the labels, sure, if we're going to go that direction. And we did address the problem, and we fixed it. Bruno is saying that his wife was hearing from professors that why are you studying this? I heard the same phrase, basically. Why do you study this? Is this really for you? We are seeing from a young age that women are being discouraged to study computer, to be a developer or whatever. So if you take the same approach as we did with the food, okay, we're seeing the problem, let's fix it. How can we fix it? It's not about this conference, and it's not about hiring processes, because we already lost so many women on the way. It shouldn't be the hiring processes, and sorry, I don't want to be hired because I'm a woman. We should encourage women to be at their best, to study, to go somewhere with their education if they want to study computer. It's supposed to be happening from a young age.
Right.
It's not about hiring processes.
I've got a comment that's a good point there, but here's the thing. I've got a graph and I've got some data. That what you've described is the leaky pipeline of women being discouraged from STEM from a very young age, okay? And it's very easy for us here, you know, sort of at the end of that pipeline to go, the problem's over there, right? We should fix the bit of the pipeline that we're in control of and fix it, because that's what we can do. Okay, yes.
So, yeah, sure. And we are working for huge companies.
Mm-hmm.
We can maybe not control 5-year-olds, but we can have talks with schools. I
Yes.
mean, the least you can do as a company, reach out not only to universities, because we're really good at reaching out to universities, because we want people to work for us. Reach out to younger people. I remember when I went to high school, and we were promoting our high school, they sent us to middle school. Talk to middle school people why you should choose our high school.
Yes.
So talk to middle school why everybody should feel encouraged to
Yes.
study computer. So as big companies, yeah, we cannot maybe control what society is saying, but we can encourage young people by reaching out to the school where young people are actually studying. So we can do something on the whole pipeline.
Yes, that's an excellent point, that individually we could go to schools and give talks, that sort of thing.
So I think Jana has taken, the point I was making about recruitment was Jana's taken it to where it should go, which is why are we not getting the recruits through? How do we get people in?
Right.
And in particular with Western educational systems which have this male bias on engineering. It doesn't happen out in Asia Pacific, it's less so, it's much more equal there. And yeah, exactly. And one of the, I think this then ties into the conversation we were having yesterday about training and education. Right. And I got into compilers very early on because I came across a book about parsing, and I was astonished that you could take a language and actually structure it from the text back to the structure of the language. And actually that's something that's perfectly accessible at the key time, which is 11 to 13, which is up to 11, in the UK certainly, boys, girls, absolutely no split between interest in science. Yeah. And it's 11, 13. I saw it with my own daughter. She used to work for me. Right. And she's one of the best people with a soldering iron out there. She would not, I was sworn to secrecy never to tell her friends that she was not good with good with a soldering iron, because it would completely ruin her street credibility as a young girl. And we've got to break that. And that's where Jana's right, get into the schools.
Yes, that's excellent points. However, that's a solution that has been talked about for, here we go, there's a graph here of data, right? And you'll notice it STEM's task, and look where computer science is. In 1990, it was up to like 35%, and it's dropped down to 20% since then. Whereas other STEM subjects have not. You know, I think programming is maths. Why is it not up there at the 50% level? Right? And teaching, encouraging young children to go into STEM is a solution that might have a result in 15 years. Right? I don't want to wait that long.
As my colleague Bruno said, I kind of have a similar situation. My wife is also an engineer. We studied together, actually. And I actually come from Eastern Europe, not this Eastern. I'm actually from Serbia, so we are really Eastern Europe. So as you can imagine, we are a bit behind, at least while I was studying then, from modern Europe and what is being done. But even there, on my faculty side, we had like 200 people, 200 students, and at the time, at least 40% of those were female. And it was interesting to see, I guarantee you from my perspective, I knew the professor, most of the professor really well. I didn't see any kind of discrimination, just we had 3 directions that one can choose. It's like automatics, software, low-level software, and then high-level software. Most of my colleagues, female colleagues, just went for high-level software. And most of the reasons was it wasn't attractive, kind of almost like a marketing, the lower level for them. So maybe we can kind of figure out how to kind of make it more attractive to people. Not only people that were not really mathematically inclined that much, were also shied away from that. So.
One of the things you've just said there is you didn't see any bias. You're a man. You do not see the bias that women see.
Right, but as I said, my wife studied with me, and she also didn't see it. I also had a lot of female friends. They also didn't see it. It was just...
Maybe. My point is that being in a superior position of being a white dude, I just don't see some of the barriers until they are pointed out to me. For instance, before I actually moved to the States, I used to travel to the States a lot. I would have pleasant conversations with the immigration officer about what computer they might want to buy. Somebody who looks like me didn't know how long it would take to get through immigration, so had no idea if they could make their connecting flight or not. Yeah?
Yeah, these are also female perspective from that time. It just wasn't attractive the subject.
Yeah, anyway, sorry, Sarah's.
So what I was going to do is to bring it back to kind of now and to this community and to this cauldron, is the fact of, and I appreciate probably don't have this data, but it would be interesting to see the percentage of women who contribute to GCC and all the various projects. I'm not an engineer, so I don't know, I'm not on any of them. But I would be interested to see the percentage of people who are on the mailing list, who are contributing, who are working on the projects, and then the number at Cauldron. Because I'm aware that the number of women at Cauldron is about, I think there's maybe 6 in person versus for the 90 odd that are here. So it'd be interesting to see whether this is an issue that women don't feel able to come to Cauldron or women aren't part of the community. And I think they're 2 slightly different arguments, but 2 things that definitely need to be worked on.
Yeah. I contemplated trying to figure that data out from names, but that was just, I figured the error bars would be too stupid on that.
Nathan, there's actually, the names is really critical. So there's some excellent research, I can never remember names, from a guy who was professor at Brunel University. And he did name analysis on mailings of various big projects. And what he was looking to do was to take the names and see which were identified as male, which could be identified as female, and which could not be identified. And what he was actually looking at, and this is purely statistical analysis, was that the more you see the neutral names appearing in the middle, that's more an indication of women who feel they want to hide their gender behind a nom de plume. And he's got fairly good statistical information showing the inclusivity of a project is quite well mirrored. So if you take something like Stack Overflow, notoriously not very woman-friendly, you find very few explicitly women names, a huge number of nom de plume. If you look at WordPress, which is actually one of the more inclusive projects out there, you find a much more equal balance of women and men. Now, I suspect we're too small for that to really work. It's a useful analysis. Those actually hard statistical facts of understanding how inclusive are you from looking at names.
Yeah, actually, go to Sarah's point. Llvm conferences, 20 to 30% women. So they don't they don't have data on the mailing list gender distribution, but they did have that.
But one could actually argue between LVM and Cauldron here that LVM, at least in my country, is actually studied in most of the universities, and they actually bisect it and all of that. GCC and Cauldron, not really. So it's kind of like the new university project everybody's on.
Yeah.
So that could be the
Right.
actually being studied on the and then everybody's feeling comfortable and joining in.
LLVM has a huge mind share. But here's the thing that I said earlier. The people that are being excluded will go somewhere else. Well, I have a suspicion I know where they went.
So just explicitly on the LLVM Foundation, remember the LLVM Foundation has 4 pillars it's based on. One of those is inclusivity. It used to be women in compilers, it's now more explicitly inclusivity in compilers. It is, of course, headed by a woman who's passionate about it, Tanya Latner, fabulous advocate for women in engineering. And the day before LLVM meeting, there is an inclusivity meeting. I'm not sure it's actually happening this year, but it used to be called Women in Compilers. It's now, I think, Community I/O. And that is explicitly a meeting dedicated a whole day just to activities and tasks and talks about inclusivity. Right. So it's a very, very proactive. And maybe we should do the same thing and have Community.io on the Thursday before Cauldron.
Yeah. Actually, you've reminded me something that I forgot at the beginning, and I want to thank Cindy Ishida from LLVM for reviewing my slides and giving me some feedback.
My one thing is that, obviously, and I totally agree, that people will go elsewhere if it's not. So is this something where we need to start working with universities? I'm aware that we give free tickets or we support students coming to Cauldron. Is this something that we should be doing? Should we be trying to reach out to local universities in the various places we are? We're all from around the world. Should we be reaching out to our local universities going, have you heard about GCC? Should we be talking with lecturers? Is that a way that we can then, it both brings better diversity into this community, but also gives students a chance to learn something that may be different to LLVM?
Nick's got a comment. Yeah, so you can Google that phrase, 5 biases pushing women out of STEM, to find a Harvard Business Review article about 5 biases.
So I'm wearing my devil's advocate hat here for a second. If people who've been excluded from the GCC community are finding the LLVM community as an alternative and prospering there, isn't that actually a good thing? Doesn't that mean that these people who have been excluded and have now found inclusion elsewhere, and that what we ought to be doing is getting rid of the GCC community, which is obviously toxic and bad, and promoting LLVM?
Yes, probably true. I'm trying to use LLVM as an existence proof, okay?
And also the
Okay, it is a BOF. And I've got a couple of slides I'd really like to get to.
Okay, I'm just going to give a quick answer to Nick. You forgot the first question. Do we not want more developers here?
Only if we're an inclusive community. If we're a toxic community.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, so Jeremy made an excellent point that I actually had on a slide that I think I skipped up. LLVM has an inclusivity statement. We don't. Maybe on the wiki or somewhere there should be. What?
Would it change anything?
Well, no, here's the thing. If you're going to object to everything we want to do because you can't see the change that is going to make, we're never going to make any changes. One of the things about an explicit statement saying what you stand for is that people understand what you stand for. And now I'm going to get on to another bit, which I think is probably more significant. Okay? Now, having an inclusivity statement up there in the mission statement of the project gives a clear indication that people will be listened to, and there isn't going to be a small clique, as we talked about earlier on, with of a small project that's hard to get into. Okay, and it's there for everybody to see. It's like putting your money on the table for all to see that this is what you're committing to. And then people can hold you to that. Okay? So I've got, one of the things about, the five biases, women in technical industries tend to have to prove that they're competent, even though like they've got a degree and everything, and then they do a thing, okay, that's great, and then they have to do it again and again to keep showing that they're actually competent. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of other ones. Oh, right, another one is isolation. It's like, if you're only woman on the team, or the only black person on the team, or whatever, you go, oh, we won't invite them to this event because they won't like it, they're the only woman here. It's like, well, A, maybe they would like it, and B, why are you organising events that they're not going to like? Okay? That's the kind of biases that happen, and people tend to not notice that unless they're the affected person. Right, did I have some? Right, yes. So actually I wanted to skip that one and come back to this one. Here we go. So this is the slide about codes of conduct. There's a code of conduct for this conference. Why is there not a code of conduct for the project as a whole? Okay? The point of a code of conduct is to clarify your mission and the values linking your technical stuff to the community that you're part of. We talk about this as a toolchain community or the GNU community. Community means people. You know? And it indicates to people that can face barriers. Like Jeremy said, a lot of women want to not be overt about their gender on the internet because trolls. It's meaning that they can see the mission, the code of conduct, and know they won't have to deal with bullshit. And as an example earlier, 18 months ago, I went away and I was on the Llvm Discord channel. And somebody there was kind of trolling me and I couldn't quite work it out. And I thought, well, am I being overly sensitive, whatever, okay. And I didn't like interacting on that channel, but I left it over the weekend. The next week, they had been banned because and I didn't actually have to report this, but I was thinking about it, okay? And it was like, oh, right, yes, good, great, because they hadn't just been harassing me, they'd been harassing other people as well, apparently. The person who banned them was a name that a lot of you will recognize, Eric Christopher. And that made me feel much more welcome in that community because an annoyance had been taken away without me actually having to do anything. But if I needed to do something, I knew who to tell because it was clear, this is how you report a problem.
Nathan?
Yes?
I would like to interject for a moment. I've seen codes of conduct being used more for exclusion than for inclusion. I'm very concerned about
yes. I understand your
guidelines.
Yes, I understand your concern there. I've got some more data about that, if I may.
Thank you.
Now, I couldn't find data about the distribution of projects that have codes of conduct and the distribution of projects that don't. But I did find that it seems like most new projects have codes of conduct. It's like one of the tick list features you do for setting up a project. And most complaints about codes of conduct come from people who are not part of that community.
So you're saying people who feel they're excluded from the community or who don't want to be part?
It's people who fear they will fall. It seems. I think the subtext there is people who fear they will fall foul of the code of conduct, or that the code of conduct would be used as a weapon of exclusion. Right? However, I think the subtext there is they're jerks. Now, so looked up about what good code of conducts have and don't have, okay? And primary thing about code of conduct is it's not a punishment mechanism. It's a mechanism for addressing issues. So think about, aircraft incident investigators. They want to find out what happened, what led up to what happened, and how to fix it so it doesn't happen again. And if you read aircraft accident reports, you generally don't find out about what any disciplinary action or whatever happened to the pilots, if it's a non-fatal accident, because that's irrelevant. Generally, these things are systems failures. So, the code of conduct should clearly say what its purpose is. Have an inclusive and productive environment. And it should have examples of the kind of behavior you want to encourage, and examples of behavior and descriptions of what to avoid. And it's clear that these are not prescript, the line between legal and illegal in the general law is a little wiggly line, and that's when we have courts of law. This is kind of similar. You can't actually program this way rigorously. So as programmers, you have to remember there are fuzzy boundaries. That's awkward, but it's part of life. There has to be an enforcement mechanism. It has to have teeth. It has to have a clear way of actually reporting issues, not make the person who's being harassed or whatever, or feeling they're being harassed, have to go hunting around some wiki or whatever to find the email address in the bottom of the basement hidden behind a sign saying beware of the leopard. Talk about scope. Should it just be, online community, the online stuff, or the offline spaces, or only interactions with within the mailing lists of the project? Has transparency. It should be transparent. So that the transparency addresses the concern that Alex had about it being a censorship mechanism. You should report on incidents that happen should be reported on publicly so that so everybody can see what actually happened and what was done about it. And from there they can make a judgment call about whether they think censorship's happening. Going back to LLVM added a code of conduct. You had to accept it to participate in the mailing lists and stuff. I understand one person left the project because of that. I don't know about any more than that. In the last year or so, they've had about half a dozen cases to report on. Okay, that kind of level. I can't remember how many people are on the mailing lists or in the project or the discourse channels or whatever. Probably more than this, I don't know. Anyway, so it's that kind of level of activity. I guess some people might try and game the system or say, oh, is this acceptable? Is this acceptable? Is this unacceptable? Well, they're jerks. You don't want them in the project. They're trying to game the system. Yeah. That's about what I had to say about codes of conduct. And I can see lots of comments. Well, two. I thought Alex had one, but two. Two is lots.
What sort of level of What level of granularity should this be at? Should every individual project have its own separate code of conduct, or should there be one for the GNU toolchain, or one for all GNU projects?
I think all GNU projects is too big to actually manage. Because, I know you guys in GNU Tools and glibc, I'm not really very aware of other GNU projects. Well, I know the core utils, but whatever. And I think it should be probably per project, because then per project can manage it and be in control of their own community and the environment that they want in that community. And that's why, I said I was talking about GCC. So I would, it would be fine. I think, GNU Tools have their own code of conduct. Maybe the same code of conduct, but you probably want to, if you did it that way, have different reporting mechanisms and transparency mechanism.
Well, it sounds like there's a bit of an administrative overhead.
Yes.
Doing transparency
Yeah.
reports,
Yes.
and
Yes.
every single project has to implement their own mechanisms of doing it.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay. Yes, there is an overhead. I had a slide for that. Actually, it was the very next slide. Oh, hang on, it wasn't that slide. It was this slide. Hang on.
Yeah.
That one. Sometimes you have to do something.
So Nathan, I think what I was going to say, the rules you have, they're great, and the code of conduct we've got here is actually the British Computer Society open source code of conduct, and I've just been pointed out that the GNU Rust project does have a code of conduct.
Okay.
But above that, you need to set your, if you like, your mission statement, your culture, because the code of conduct is really dealing with the, if you like, the end. But if you want to include people, you need a mindset that says, when I review a beginner's comment, I'm going gentle on them, okay? And that's more than just sticking to the code of conduct. It's I've got to encourage. How do I use encouraging language? Not code of conduct matter, that's a culture matter. And the code of conduct, you have gone way off the culture thing to becoming unacceptable.
Yeah,
so it needs to sit in that context.
That's an excellent point, and I think as programmers, we tend to, we can be very blunt about bits of code because we care about bits of code, and we don't see that, that language is discouraging. And in the C++ standardization, in the core working group, which we were having, we upset Gabby quite badly because we were trying to understand what he was trying to say with his module stuff, and he misunderstood us and thinking we were trying to eject his work where we were just actually trying to understand it. And we didn't see that until somebody pointed it out, and we had, was the mic up there? I think somebody had. Oh, right, sorry.
So, as I said in one of the previous meetings, I'm a bit new here to the GNU and contribution, so I'm not sure. Is this actually, is the actual problem that you can see in the Commission that these values are not appreciated right now, or is this is just to have like a good set of values and directions?
Right. I think largely, and probably entirely, these are values that we already have. We just don't write them down, and they're not visible. And so, it's what I said earlier. It's putting your money on the table so that excluded groups that often face harassment will know they don't have to deal with bullshit.
Right. But if that is the case, then it seems to be like a small start to actually get...
Oh, yes, it's a small start, but I think it's a necessary one. I'm not saying this is going to solve everything. No. Yeah. And I'm going to run over a bit because we started late and stuff, but,
Wouldn't it be great if next year's Cauldron we can say, okay, we now have a code of conduct statements for these projects, let's take the next step.
True, I agree. Yeah. But I was just thinking, can we go further now? Is there something we can do to go even further now? Because
well, I would love to go further now. I think it's lunchtime. And we can do more, but probably not right now in this room.
Okay.
I'm not saying stop now.
Of course, yeah. Because it seems it needs to be more and more built, and it needs to the last couple of years to build it to the point that we want to get it, right? And it's a work that we need to continue to do.
I think there's been a lot of great comments here, and what I really wanted to do is make people who had not noticed barriers to realize that other people see barriers, or might see barriers, or don't know. One important thing, don't go away once you've looked at this and make your one black friend speak for all black people. Okay, thank you.
There is actually somewhere to plug something. But then
This is Bradley.
Hello?
This is Bradley. I'm still connected.
That's the, so, from your computer? Oh, wait, see? That's the, so, and then, should I? Look. Where's my mouse? Okay. That works, I hope. And then, okay.
I would maybe recommend if you could mirror the screens.
Yeah, and I think this is better because then I have the presentation notes here, and then those are slides.
If you're fine with this.
Yeah.
What I wanted to do is that I will put. Okay.
Okay. No, we're not starting. Okay. My name is Mark Wielaert. I'm one of the sourceware overseers, and this is a discussion about sourceware, the GNU Toolchain infrastructure and beyond, except it kind of isn't. That's a bit of a lie. We came up with the title and the talk a couple of months back. And really what this is it is about infrastructure that the GNU Toolchain projects use on sourceware. Together with many other projects, and it isn't directly about the infrastructure itself, but how you as a project want to use it, and about which policies you as a project want to set using the infrastructure. And that's mainly because as overseers, it isn't our job to decide how you use the services, how you set the policy. But of course, we love to help making sure that the infrastructure is ready. And it also was a bit of an issue when we talked to the Software Freedom Conservancy about joining. Of course, their first was, so you are the GNU Toolchain project, and well, we know that this is an FSF project, we aren't. The GNU Toolchain is a big part of sourceware, but so is Win, Newlib, Valgrant, Llvm Tools, Libabigail. What sourceware is a free software hosting project, and it's been, yes? Is it a project, a formal project? Good question.
Just repeat the question to the listeners.
Oh yeah. So, is it a project? That's the question. Yes, I think it is. It's a project that has been around for almost 25 years now, and it has always supported free software hosting for various projects.
I disagree. I mean, I think mostly the question for me is Red Hat is basically owning and operating sourceware. And I'm a sourceware admin as well, so I think the clarity for the community is that, you know, Red Hat owns and operates this. It's still under the mission for sourceware that this is Red Hat services being provided for the community. The fact that we have volunteers is great, but there are probably 5 Red Hat employees right now operating on overseers to provide the services that we currently have. So, and I understand that we want new services. That's also like a broader conversation about how we pay for those services.
Right. So that's the conversation that we wanted to have. So we are a free software hosting services project, and we have been doing this for 25 years. How are we going to do this for the next 25 years? It is indeed Red Hat subsidizes the infrastructure, that is the machines, but they let the community run the whole service. And there are a couple of Red Hat employees that do that, but that's mostly in their spare time. No. It's certainly not.
Right. So
yeah.
I want to clarify, it's not all Red Hat. There are other people that are not Red Hat that work on sourceware.
Yeah.
Say again? Chris Failor, for instance, is not a Red Hat employee, but offers most of his time to this service.
Yeah. No, and it certainly isn't the goal of Red Hat to say this is our project.
I think though that it is. This is a Red Hat project. It was a Cygnus project, then Red Hat bought Cygnus, and it's a Red Hat project, and IBM bought Red Hat. There is a community here,
yes,
right, of volunteers that work here, but again, the mission statement on sourceware.org is that this is a Red Hat system providing services for open source projects for Red Hat. Has that mission changed? Have we altered the statement online for sourceware.org and its mission statement?
No, not yet, but that's one of the things we should probably do.
Yeah. By whose decision? By Red Hat's decision.
Well, no, the overseers, we all.
No. Yeah. No. Yeah. So the complexity with overseers is who are the stakeholders involved and how do we move these issues forward?
So that is a good question. So as the glibc project, how do you interact with overseers? Do we provide all the services you need? I hope we do.
So I'm also on overseers.
Yes.
And for sure, we need to have a discussion about what services we want and how we want to provide them. But I'm just trying to clarify for this slide because really sourceware.org was a Cygnus project when Cygnus maintained the servers, was a Red Hat project, and we just...
Yeah, and at a certain point, Ian Lance Taylor set up sourceware.org, and it became a community project.
Can we please move on from this topic, please? I think Mark has a lot to say about the cool new stuff that was installed, and that's what this talk is about.
Hi, Frank. Well, Frank is another overseer. Shall we? We also have people from the Conservancy on the call, and I asked Zoe. Of course, she asked to dial in instead of using Zoom. So maybe we can do this for the last slide, because I actually wanted to show the actual infrastructure. This year, I think a lot of things came together, which showed us some new services that we need. So, Red Hat again. Red Hat said, please try to push more CI testing upstream. As Red Hat, if we find a regression, we have to push it upstream anyway. So it would be much nicer if things got tested upstream. It also became clear, at least in the Llvm Tools project, which I maintain, that a younger generation really has trouble contributing to projects which primarily use email. And that eats up time, because then you're suddenly not reviewing patches, but reviewing, are you supplying the patch in the correct way? We had the GCRS front-end project, which is on GitHub, but wants to integrate nicely with GC. I did try to contribute to the restaurant end, of course, using email, and that clashed a bit. It seems to work, but it would be nicer if we can do this. So for people who are on these code forges, what makes them really productive is the automated testing and the patch tracking. So what we need to provide is automatic testing and patch tracking. We set up some systems for all the projects, and then, of course, we got into this discussion about how to make sourceware alive for another 25 years. That is why we started that whole discussion with Software Freedom Conservancy. And we really wanted to have this discussion about that, because currently things seem fine. We got some infrastructure from Red Hat. The projects are doing well. We are setting up new services. That all works very well. We don't really have any problems. So it seemed like a good time to discuss what if we get into trouble.
Maybe you missed that. What is zero maintenance? What does zero maintenance?
Jose, can you use the microphone? Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah. What's zero maintenance? You say zero maintenance. I'm just curious to know what that means.
Yeah. So the idea of the sourceware services is really that they are zero maintenance for the users.
The project. Is that even possible?
Of course not. But we try to, if you need to tweak the services all the time, then we're not doing our job correctly.
Okay, so you try to minimize the maintenance burden on the user.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. I think that answers your question. So we believe we are providing the infrastructure for the projects to automate email-based batch reviews with batch tracking, but it is of course up to the projects to see how much they use of those services and whether they want to set policies on how to use them. I mean, I have my preferences that it really depends on the different projects. And we had this discussion in the glibc or DDB buff, where even between GNU Toolchain projects, how you use, for example, patchwork is really depends on the community of that project. We'll get back to the Software Freedom Conservancy, where we had a whole discussion on the mailing lists, and they really like to accept us as member project. Bradley and Karen are also on the call if you have questions about that. So first, one of the new services is Builder, sourceware.org. Yep.
Mark, I think, as you're aware, we had 2 BOFs submitted on this subject, one from Carlos and Co, and one from you, on 2 different visions. And what we agreed to do was to use this as a joint session. So what I'd quite like to do is that when you've made your opening remarks, before we get into the detailed discussion, is to ask, I think it's Carlos, you're leading the other view of the world, to make his remarks so we can have a good unified discussion rather than doing all yours and then say, oh, there's a second BOF and following on. So if we could do that, that would be good.
Yeah, so that is kind of why we changed the title of our BOF, because we, as sourceware, really don't want to interfere with the GNU toolchain. It was kind of a mistake for us to say, hey, we're sourceware, the GNU toolchain infrastructure, because that's not who we are and what we decide on. That's indeed for the GNU toolchain projects to decide on. I think they are separate discussions, or do you not agree?
Mark, just continue with this one. We have 2 separate hours designated for these 2 topics. You've prepared this presentation about the current infrastructure. It is on the agenda. Please go for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a BOF. It's a BOF, right? We can stop and we can ask questions and we can work through things. But like.
So you want to move to, see, this was the last slide. Okay. Okay, shall we discuss this first? But I really want to talk about the infrastructure.
Mark, we do have 2 hours. You finished your talk.
Shall we do all infrastructure now and then how we manage the infrastructure later? The second hour?
But since we're adding preferences, I would really like to discuss the whole software conservancy and infrastructure management first, because I have a conflict at the second hour. And I know a lot of what Mark is going to talk about.
So that's Sadesh talking, right? Sadesh, is that you?
Yes.
Yeah, we were just asking that remote speakers identify themselves when they unmute and speak. Thank you. So I think the request from Sadesh is to talk more broadly about, like, how many fiscal sponsors do we have? Where do we have funding? What do we do with that funding? Because there are some people, I guess, that have conflicts with the second hour of the talk.
That's unfortunate, but on the other hand, that is the time slot that your group has, and I'm sure everything will be recorded and everything can be communicated after the fact. This is not a showstopper for continuing with the agenda as specified.
So fairly, I think still defined fashion.
The agreement was to pick this up as a joint talk between Carlos and Mark. The second is only an overflow for the discussions. So please, because I know a lot of people are leaving early and have other talks, I'd like to get the key elephant in the room discussed early on. And that was what was agreed when we set the agenda, because otherwise we'd have set this at a different time.
Okay, let's just, I wanted to talk about all the cool stuff we did. So we did all this cool stuff, and we said to ourselves, are we okay with doing all this cool stuff? Do we have to think about the future? Yes, let's think about the future. There currently isn't really a need. So maybe now is a good time to discuss how we keep Sourceware as a free hosting service for not just the GNU Toolchain, but for all the projects. There are a couple of dozens of projects on Sourceware. And so we talked to the Software Freedom Conservancy people if they could help us set up a Sourceware project. So we had some discussions. I hope you all saw the application process that we did, and we asked all Sourceware users if this would be a good idea. So I sent out 6,000 emails, but luckily I didn't even get a ugly reply from don't spam me that much. Actually, all the replies were pretty positive. Well, there was the whole public discussion on overseers. So we talked with Conservancy directly, because last week they said, well, looks like a nice project to support. They are a fiscal sponsor, which is also a bit of a lie. They don't sponsor fiscally they help you if you have fiscal needs. So you, for example, if we need somebody to set up patchwork, they have standard contracts for contractors. We can raise some funds, and they kind of take on all the risks of the financial transactions. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, today we have multiple sources of funding for the infrastructure at sourceware.org. So my question to you is, when you reach out to the Conservancy, is it your intent to do all the work that's required to do fundraising? Because fundraising is a very difficult and thankless task for raising funds for paying for infrastructure.
Yeah, so they can help us with that. I'm sure if Bradley or Karen is on the call, they can tell.
I would just chime in here that we at Software Freedom Conservancy regularly help our project fundraise, and ourselves, we have grant funding alone in excess of $500,000. That's something that we can provide to our member projects. We also do fundraising from corporations and also individual donors. It's really nice to have a healthy mix. So we do rely on our member projects to participate in fundraising, and it really is a partnership, but that is something that we have a lot of experience with, and we're happy to lend that expertise.
Yeah, and the other thing is precisely what you said.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mark. I forgot to say, this is Karen Sandler. I'm Executive Director of Software Freedom Conservancy. I'm on the phone because I avoid using proprietary software solutions, so I won't use Zoom. I just want to apologize for that and identify myself.
Yeah, so I also asked Zoe Koyman to be here too, precisely because you said, wait, but doesn't this clash with the Free Software Foundation GNU Tools Fund? And so we really talked to Zoe, and the Software Conservancy also said it's about the infrastructure, sourceware. It's not about a SIGWIN. It's not about a glibc or GCC or and that's also how we see sourceware. If you, and I know you use partly the FSF Savannah infrastructure, if that fits you better, we will certainly not, as sourceware, say no. Just like we don't push the build server onto the SIGWIN project because, well, SIGWIN project produces Windows binary, so that's just crazy talk. This is really just about the infrastructure for all the free software. And I know we had these discussions, and there were some critical questions about, is this about undermining GNU leadership? Is this about driving a wedge between the FSF? And no, absolutely not. And that is why I was happy that Zoe joined. She seems happy that sourceware delivers free software hosting, and that we very explicitly, and the Software Freedom Conservancy also very explicitly says the projects on sourceware are their own thing.
I just have one small question for you, Mark. What are we doing here? Because, I think it's good, to clarify this. Is this something that you are going to do with sourceware, yes or yes? Or this is a proposal that you have? Is this something that you are going to discuss with the projects which are hosted in sourceware, like with the toolchain packages, maintainers, community, whatever? I mean, what are we doing here? We are listening to something that is going to happen and already agreed, or this is a proposal that the sourceware overseers are doing to the community? What?
Yeah. So we started this discussion a month ago. We sent out all these questions. Do people think it's a good idea for sourceware to join the Software Freedom Conservancy as a member project? We had these discussions with the Software Freedom Conservancy, so they are saying we like this plan. As far as I could tell, I didn't get any negative reply. So this is, we want to do this. We have these conversations. We can continue them here and on the mailing list.
If you get negative reviews, are you willing to actually discuss them and actually to take them into account? I mean, you are asking people for their opinion. Now you have to tell the people what are you going to do with their opinion, right?
Right.
Right. Good. So that's all.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a proposal.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like the community accepted it, the Conservancy accepted it, and we are now seeing if we missed some controversy, which apparently we did. Sorry, but
so the question is really like creating a project at the SFC gives you a place to put funding. And
yes.
The honest question is like when you ask anybody who's a developer, like, you're like, hey, we have an extra source of funding. That's great, right? People always say, do you want extra money? Yeah, of course I want extra money. The question is finding people who will give you those funds, and then the proposal is, what do you do with that money, right? What do you do with those funds? Because, so...
Okay, yeah, so I think we approach this differently.
Yeah.
We looked at what do we need? We don't need funding. But what if we do in the future? Then it would be nice to have a organization that helps you use those funds. And there are things which we probably should discuss. Currently, for example, sourceware is 2 machines at Red Hat.
Mm-hmm.
It's really nice machines. So we have 1 spare machine. So if there's ever a problem, we can just switch over to the other machine, which has a live backup. And but it would be nice to have an offsite. If Red Hat burns down, we have a problem. Yeah, well, we have. But Red Hat could turn evil. I work for Red Hat, so I don't think Red Hat is going to turn evil. But it would be nice to have a contingency plan. How much money would we need to raise to move everything to the OCL, for example? We can budget that and then raise funds, and then we have the Software Freedom Conservancy to help us. spent those
So
funds.
the community proposal there is you make an organization at the SFC to provide additional funds for the projects that are currently hosted at sourceware.org.
No, that's incorrect.
No.
The projects are not, hold on, Mark, let me, the projects are not a part of this arrangement. And this is another way to answer Jose's question, which is kind of what stage are we at with this proposal, and were the various individual projects kind of very actively consulted. They were kind of notified, and their input is still welcome, obviously. However, the important thing to realize, and we kind of echoed this many, many times, that this is not something that affects the projects in any way. The guest projects maintain their exact current status, their current legal status, their current operations, the current everything. It's basically status quo continues. The only thing this proposal affects is how the infrastructure server might get extended in the future, or how infrastructure software might get improvements in the future if we need them. And therefore, the projects are welcome to an opinion, but it's not like they are core stakeholders in this, because they're not affected.
No, and it's also the projects have their own funding, and that's fine, but I can certainly understand that the GNU Toolchain fund wants to spend that money on conferences, or if they want additional infrastructure, that they do that on their own or work together with. But we don't want to force any of the projects to fund us.
Okay. So
does that make sense?
Somewhat, yeah. Does anybody else have any questions about the proposal for the SFC, which is additional funding, right? Unless it's, I mean, it's not a...
It's not about funding, it's about
additional sponsor.
Having a structure to receive funds if needed, and having an organization, and it's you didn't attend any of the calls we had with the Software Freedom Conservancy, but they have standard contracts for contractors. They help you budget if you have some sponsors. You fundraised for something, people promise money, they know if people's promises are something you could put on your books, sure, or not. Because they have experience with receiving funds and receiving promises, so that you don't budget for what was promised, but what you actually have.
For sure. I think every organization has fiscal accountability for the spend that you're going to have. I think the FSF has that, the SFC has that, and so does other organizations like the Linux Foundation.
Exactly.
So, Elena?
Before you pass to your thing, so do you guys want to hear what the sourceware people have been doing? Because I saw there's a roadmap and all of that. I'd like to hear a bit more. Mark?
2 seconds, I'm trying to get my slides back.
The speaker was Elena. Yeah. No, that's okay. I think all the fundamentally all the infrastructure pieces we're talking about, whether patchwork, public inbox, pre-commit CI, tribots, I think they're spectacular, right? And I think
Me too. But that's why I wanted to talk about that.
But while we're in person, we can really hash out the more. I still think the more complex issue is, we have money from fiscal sponsors, and there are other ideas that we have for spending that money. So for the GNU Toolchain, the GNU Toolchain leadership has ideas behind what we want to do. I think we should spend a little bit of time talking publicly about those ideas, getting public input on those ideas, discussing those ideas as well. And I think adding the SFC as a place for fiscal sponsorship is, well within, your rights to do, and those people that are saying, well, we need an extra place to find funding, that's great. I mean, I think the FSF's GNU Toolchain Working Together Fund is also one of those places. Yep. I have a couple of slides to like kind of outline what other options there are for us. Do we want to? Can I go through those slides as well? I think talking about the like where we get our sponsorship from and what we do with that sponsorship is important. While we're all here in this room, and we can talk about it.
That's fine, but I think you're talking about the GNU Toolchain and not about. Let me. Okay, sorry, who wants to talk?
Yeah. We'll put just a couple slides. You can keep your mic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for those on the phone, this is Carlos O'Donnell speaking. As a glibc maintainer, I have both an FSF hat on. I also have a red hat on. Several of us look at these issues with our different organizational perspectives. And I mean, like services today, I think, like Mark, I know you went through those slides, but they like, you know, we can cover those after we cover the contentious issues, because I want to hash out the contentious issues here while we're all sitting around. Where we can give feedback. We can do it in a way that we can then take that to the further public conversations and have those broader discussions. We do have many well-served services. So if there's nothing wrong with our services, like you said, what do we talk about? Well, the reality is when we look at our services, we often start saying, well, I wish I had an extra BBB instance because I want to run office hours on like Thursdays. And you know, the other BBB servers are hard to set up because there's already people using them and they kind of have a load capacity limit. So how do I set one of those ones up again? I think there are going to be real challenges to our infrastructure, and they are coming down the pipeline. I know like some people say it's a buzzword for cybersecurity requirements, but from a community perspective, I'm nervous that, you know, we get excluded in some way and we don't even know it because a customer has a requirement that we can't meet from a services perspective. And that, you know, that isn't a thing that's going to show up on paper where someone says to you, hey, by the way, you didn't meet NIST 800-172 best practices, right? Like, no one's going to come and tell you that. And so when I look at how we use our services and we provide our services, there are other communities that have to answer these questions as well. I want to talk a little bit about existing sponsors. There are actually a lot of existing fiscal sponsors that we have. Both our own employers and other sponsors exist. And how we spend with those sponsors is different in some of these cases, right? Because when you spend through your fiscal sponsor, there are always like accountability issues, you know, and so we do, for a healthy community, I think we do want a variety of fiscal sponsors. The major fiscal sponsor that's on here is the OpenSSF. It is at the Linux Foundation, and the OpenSSF used to be the Core Infrastructure Initiative, and they are also a fiscal sponsor for FOSS projects. They are, in particular, could be a fiscal sponsor for GNU Toolchain infrastructure. So, again, how can our sponsors support us? I think this is an issue of public proposals, discussing, and finding funding for those proposals. Just getting a fiscal sponsor isn't the be-all and end-all. Like Jose was saying, what do we want to do here? Why do we want to improve our infrastructure? So like, I want a BBB instance for open office hours, let's say. And in this case, the example here is, I want travel grants for the GNU Tools Cauldron. I want And we have set up the fact that we want to use, for example, the GNU Toolchain Working Fund to pay for those travel grants, to support students to come and be a part of the GNU Tools community, learn about free software, and do all those things. That fund and that support aligns really well with the sponsors and the donors that we get at the Free Software Foundation. That is a great way to leverage, use, and support both communities through this process. But there are other ways in which I think from an infrastructure perspective, we can very effectively leverage other existing infrastructure in the community, right? So if the Working Together Fund at the FSF leverages well from the values that we have with those things to pay for students to come to conferences, there are other benefits here. So I would like to see us move to more managed infrastructure. And the reason is because I want to free up developer time to develop their own projects, be advocates, and have back that free time. Although we've said that this is yeah, go ahead, Mark.
So who's we?
Sure, I can make a concrete we. So when I say the we, I say GNU Toolchain leadership. So GCC Steering Committee, glibc stewards. In particular, DJ, Sidesh, and I have been working on the patchwork upgrade for Sourceware. I'd like to not have to do that, actually, as a volunteer. Because often when we have to do things in overseers, I would like this. And I can make a statement, but in many ways, even if it's zero infrastructure, we still have to pay for it. I still have to ask DJ and Sidesh to go do the work. And then they both have to spend like 3 or 4 days migrating patchwork and Django and doing those things. So.
Okay, quick question.
Yeah.
Stupid question. What?
Sorry,
I
Frank.
think we're losing you. Is that you, Sergey?
So is.
Yeah.
They are chatting in IRC, of course.
Yeah.
Frank, could you type your question?
I know that was our friend Sergey. I'll relay his note when I see it.
Nope. So Sergey, I hope that the next slide answers that question for you. So when I look at the totally distributed development model that the GNU Toolchain has, it looks a lot like the Linux kernel distributed development model. And the LFIT team is supporting that distributed development model, right? So what I would like to do in the proposal to the projects, to the GNU Toolchain projects, and actually to all the projects at Sourceware is, could we use managed services at the Linux Foundation IT, right? This is a change in the way that we use services. But when I look at the overlap between our communities, the kind of distributed development model that we have, and answering secure supply chain questions, we have a lot of the same issues that the kernel has. And leveraging an existing IT team to support those services, for me, has a lot of value, because there are also at the SFC, at the LF, they also have contracts, existing contracts for hiring contractors. They have ways to budget and support that IT and ways to pay for the infrastructure and services. Again, we are not talking about GNU Toolchain governance, totally separate issue. We're talking about infrastructure and leveraging existing distributed infrastructure that looks a lot like our own distributed infrastructure. We use patchwork. There's kernel projects using patchwork. Now, this is a difficult conversation to have as a proposal, because it means we need to talk to all of Sourceware and the existing projects that are there, and what does it mean if we were to migrate a core service like Git? This is a complicated discussion, and it's also emotional for those of us that are volunteers. Like, I've been volunteering at SourceWare for a long time.
Yeah. But that is kind of what this is about. And also, because I get the feeling that you believe the GNU Toolchain projects outgrew SourceWare or don't want to. We don't want you to leave, but that's certainly something you could do.
Hey, Mark, this is Bradley on the phone from SFC. I think a lot of what you're saying, Carlos, is important to think about. The reason you're talking about, like, I agree completely that picking a fiscal sponsor is just the first step, but it's a really important step, and it goes to culture. I heard you mentioning the Linux Foundation. You know, we haven't seen anything really said publicly with any substance, but we did hear privately that the Linux Foundation had an interest in fiscal sponsorship too. We certainly welcome the debate and encourage projects, be they infrastructure projects or anything else, to really consider carefully what fiscal sponsor they pick. I think one of the benefits that SFC offers is that we're a 501c3 charity, and we're much more fitting with what most, particularly GNU projects, culture is, with the FSF also being a 501c3. And we're more focused on the community-oriented manner of doing things, avoiding proprietary software. It's certainly true that we don't have a giant IT team like the Linux Foundation does, but our understanding from the SourceWare application is that a lot of people in the community don't want to just hand off the SourceWare infrastructure to a giant IT team inside of a large organization, which as a C6 is going to be controlled by various companies. And so that's the distinction. I'd really appreciate the opportunity to finish. I really appreciate the opportunity to just finish. I'm almost done.
Stop. You've had a lot of buzzwords there and just asserting a lot of things which I think are really unfair to say, or at least to not allow a broader conversation about this.
David, I'd be glad to allow broader conversation. If I could just finish my last few sentences, I'd appreciate it. So I think that the cultural aspects and what type of organization it is certainly worth considering. And the other thing I wanted to mention is a fiscal sponsor is the place where funding comes. It's not necessarily the funding organization. I realize in the case of Linux Foundation that they're kind of offering both, I think. But obviously, it's important not to conflate those two things. And you can make a decision to say, well, this organization could be a fiscal sponsor, and this other organization that maybe was a possible fiscal sponsor is now going to be a funder and fund through this fiscal sponsor. And the last thing I want to note is that that SFC is the kind of fiscal sponsor where staff will wake up I'm at 5 a.m. in my time zone to come to a meeting like this. So I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead, David. I appreciate you letting me finish my comments and stopping interrupting.
Well, sorry, and again, I think that I'm disappointed by the terminology that you used in many instances. I mean, first of all, this isn't a debate, or at least the GNU Toolchain community is not trying to have a debate. If that's what you wish to have, then that's separate. We're trying to have a conversation here about how we can work together amongst the community and find a common solution to utilize all of these different opportunities of both the hosting the IT infrastructure and the funding. Second is that this is, I politely disagree with your characterizing this as control. I understand that that is something that is very, a theme that's very important in the way the terminology that SFC and the FSF uses, but this is about not trying to extract control or change control of corporate interest or anything else that I've heard characterized by others, not you, Brad, but just that buzzword has implies a lot of things to people, and I think that we should try to avoid that so that we can have a more productive conversation. That what this is about is various funders, for one thing, that have various reasons that they do or do not want to use various funding organizations, and that we can balance this out to try to have the largest pool of collaborators, people who want to contribute to these communities in funding, and as Carlos was saying, for different purposes, and finding which, because funders have different priorities, and trying to understand the best way to match up the funders and the type of services that we need to best utilize all of the various capabilities that we have, all of the different funding sources that are available. Second, as Carlos has on the slide here, that LFIT not only has a lot of experience with this, specifically for the Yocto project and the Linux kernel, but also that it's has a lot of, that this is something that there's not a lot of benefit to reinvent the wheel, that there is a lot of experience here in this. For better or worse, the software supply chain security issues are coming down the pike and have very strong requirements, which the Linux kernel, historically and especially now has been addressing, and to try to utilize that in the as quickly as possible, so that the GNU toolchain can remain a viable, robust, effective, and allowed to be utilized project that underlines the entire GNU Linux ecosystem. So I think that it's very important that we try to understand what is the best source for us to utilize to implement this infrastructure, and work with those, again, with the understanding of the community. And as you were asking before about as Carlos said, it's a large number of major vendors who contribute to the GNU toolchain projects. It's the leadership of the GNU toolchain. It's many of the key developers. It's also many of the release managers, that we have a very broad group of people that want to, that are encouraged and appreciate this proposal from the Linux Foundation and OpenSSF, and we're trying to find a way, collaborating with this community in a conversation, not a debate, to figure out how we can best combine all of these different efforts together to achieve the continued success of the GNU toolchain projects.
Ask the audience if they have any questions.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused, to be honest. I honestly thought we had brought community consensus, and I asked all of you to be in these discussions. Well, we are having them now, but I'm slightly confused why this is. These are all good conversations to have, but I don't think we are at the point where we are thinking about managed services, whether the GNU toolchain is a good fit for sourceware, that sort. Jeremy.
So, just with my organiser's hat, for anyone who wants to duck out and go and see the next talk, now's probably a good chance to nip out and see that. Yeah, well, I think we've got this. Oh no, we have to transfer to the small room for the next talk, and then I'd like to make a comment about my role.
So we will continue the conversation on overseers. I know Bradley and Karen have no trouble waking up at any hour of the day to discuss this with you. So let's see where it
but
goes.
we do need to know if the dial-in is going to change because the room is changing. So if somebody in IRC can explain that, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, yeah, but We need to figure out a way for the remote participants to join that thing then.
I have no
What
idea
were
what's
you-
in that room. I can go check.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll
Mark,
go
you
to
looked
the
up the
other
meeting
room,
ID somewhere.
and we'll
Just look
try
up the meeting ID on the other computer,
get
right?
you phone numbers there.
Yeah, if you do it the same way you did it in this room, I think it should be fine. Just give us the phone number and the meeting ID that's on that computer.
Sorry.
Do you know if it changes, if it changes? Will they stay on the same?
No, it's something different, so we have to figure something out. On the other hand, maybe I can finally talk all the cool surfaces we have.
You just use this one. I think I'll start with just using this one. Okay. I think not everyone is there, but I think most are here, and so we can start with the above. I think OpenMP, OpenAC offloading is kind of the main topic, but if someone has something else with hybrid, I don't know, concurrency and so on, we could also discuss something there. And just to give some food for thought, I put down some list of items, like bit mentioned also in the talk here, propagation into these typed regions or whatever is there as nested function, and performance in general, of course, the offloading table or the function that they are used in their invisible to the APA at, well, optimization phase. So we have this force output. We have the problem with exception support. Host does it, wants to have it, device doesn't. And device-specific data files, or I don't know, tagging somehow math functions or whatever could be maybe better. Would be nice to have, yeah, for the same device type multiple output. Currently, we can have NVIDIA and GCN, but not different types of each kind. In principle, also maybe compressing the more or less text input from PDX could be one option. One issue which doesn't work is to call from the host to the device with some, if they're compiled and both have offloading, doesn't work well. Device LTO we discussed during the LTO above. Well, general bug fixing is always good. OpenPD, OpenPT. I don't know whether we just want to discuss kind of debugging version of libcomp, mapping, showing, sanitizing, documentation, some OpenMP, whatever version, since we are lagging behind, offloading other device types, anything else, I don't know. Or whether we just want to continue with the SIMD part.
So my comment or question to that, like auto-enabling SIMD, would be how is it on the offload target when the vectorizer inserts first a runtime alias check and then maybe peels something for whatever reason? So we probably don't want to have this kind of serial branching, or isn't it so bad anymore? That was like 20 years ago when I was last doing offloading kind of stuff.
So the case that we're planning to optimize is where you have OMP distribute parallel, but no SIMD clause. So the independence and the aliasing thing is already either broken or correct. I mean, it's not, this is already a problem at this point. What we want to do is we want to implicitly compile it to have the same performance as if the SIMD clause was there, because people are not doing it and it looks bad, basically. And so, I mean, you know, we need to have all three levels. You have to say distribute, you have to say parallel, you have to say OMP, or you don't get good performance. And then the Llvm guys at AMD look at us and say, well, we don't have to do that. And so we wanted to get parity on the using, you know, the SIMD versus SIMT model. So the way that the SIMD clause works is that it sets a flag on the loop that says that we're going to vectorize this regardless of whether F3 vectorizer set or not, and it sets the safe len thing to the right length according to what target that we're looking at. And this happens in the host compiler, in the x86-64 compiler, before the LTO stream out and all that business. So we need to know it early. Now, you can get quite a long way towards what we want by simply saying -03. That does turn on, I mean, that will vectorize everything in your entire program, not just the inner loops. But then you have the problem that any function calls inside that loop haven't got the SIMD directive on it, so they don't get offloaded, so it doesn't work on the device. So or rather they do, but they don't have the SIMD clones. So we need to get all that fixed up. And I believe, and Sandra Loosemore's working on this, and she's figured out, she found a bunch of corner cases and all the rest of it, but we're trying to make it work.
Yeah, so Jakob earlier mentioned that SIMD also basically gives certain guarantees, or requires, on the other hand, certain guarantees given by the user or a state. Basically, mentioning SIMD explicitly is a claim of the user towards the runtime system that certain guarantees are given. Now, that seems to be several things, some easy things that are already given by the context, namely distribute and parallel, that, for instance, the independence of iterations. And that seems to be the most interesting part that SIMD gives you, basically, that the inner loop is not parallelized, but rather vectorized, right? So why not split SIMD internally? I mean, SIMD into two things, that the one part that gives you most of the things, basically vectorizability, and please vectorize it, and then whatever else is there. And then you can automatically set this please vectorize me, no matter what, and leave the rest out.
So I think we have that already, because we have the SIMD, you did the SafeLan. So yeah, so if you set the SafeLan, you then just let the vectorizer figure out the case where all the other things are correct with the default vectorizer, which is now enabled at O2. So you don't even need to force vectorize. And then it should also just already work. So at least I would be, I mean, you mentioned the calls that with the SIMD annotation automatically also get SIMD and offload clones and whatever. That's of course some magic that would need to be done. Otherwise vectorization will fail. I mean, right.
So when you call a function from inside an offload region, the compiler will automatically say, well, I need to offload that function. If it's not, as long as it's in a translation unit, it can, in the same translation unit. But it won't automatically add the SIMD thing on it that gives you the clones that you need. The other thing is that's important to realize. I mean, plan A was that we were just going to add the clause magically and then let the OpenMP expand just do the SIMD thing with the SafeLan and all the rest of it. But it turns out that adding the SIMD clause changes the semantics. Yeah, it changes the semantics with respect to the first private, I think it was, and the way that the privates work. I mean, so that caused some problems in the test suite. So we had to restart and try it again and do it in a way that's not adding the clause implicitly, but still vectorizing. And it just needs to work when ftree vectorize is not generally set for the host code, because the target code, I mean, there's an argument that because it's a GPU, we should set ftree vectorize on at O1, because you're not optimizing for a GPU if it's not on. Anyway, so hopefully this will, give us sort of 10, 20x speed improvement on a bunch of stuff, just without the user having to change their code. I mean, in theory, you can get up to 64x, but that's not quite how it works.
Like in the case you would add automatically kind of SIMD, you could also emit a diagnostic to suggest, well, maybe you want to add a SIMD there because that would even be better than doing it implicitly.
More guarantees than just please vectorize me.
Yeah, but maybe they are still valid even with the guarantees. And only the user knows. Even the user knows.
But and the force vectorized flag is, of course, just an optimization hint, really, because it can fail to optimize for a million different reasons, and then you end up where you were.
So for loop safe-len flag, where we says that these iterations are almost independent, we allow some special cases, but it's almost independent. When OpenMP guarantees that they are really independent, or its implementation defined, how the most common case is the work sharing loop without a schedule clause. In that case, it's up to the implementation which scheduling it chooses, and we can choose scheduling that will basically allow us to make it SIMD, make the iterations independent, but otherwise look like static scheduling. So for those cases, we should just set the safe-len flag, which doesn't something that hurt us. It just helps the vectorizer. These are independent, so go on and perhaps other optimizations could use that flag too, or maybe we can have even stronger flag that they're really independent, no dependencies whatsoever. For the forcing, I'm not sure if it's worth to do it at all, or perhaps we can add it only conditionally. If it's for the offloading device, then we make it stronger because on AMD GCN or PTX, it's really worth it to make it SIMD or. Well, for PTX, the problem is that SIMT is done very differently, and we need to decide it early as well. So that's a special kind of thing. And for the for the calls, the patch that was posted has the ABI problems because the declare SIMD directive is an ABI change, where basically say that for functions which are not exported from the translation unit, that's an optimization thing only. You just say, please clone this if possible, and you can use it, and all is fine. But for the functions which are exported from the translation unit, if you declare something as SIMD, then you say, I don't want to export just this function, but all these entry points as well, and other translation units that just see declare SIMD on an external declaration can rely on it, and that's an ABI. And for an optimization only, I think we can't rely on this stuff because, and also it's not something the user probably want because it changes the ABI, even if it's guarded just for declare target and no other things, because that's also on the host as well for host offloading. So, but what I saw in the patch that was posted is that it does it only if you see the function definition. So it can't analyze other functions that they are usable that way. And so I think we can always create private clones which are not exported from the translation unit, and that's cloning like our other stuff. Of course, it needs to be silent. If it can't do it, then it's not a user error. We don't want to be generating errors. Yeah. Yes. So the private clones are useful and nice, but maybe it should be guarded for the offloaded targets. So marked some way that we do it only in the offloading LTO and not otherwise.
I wouldn't complain if the host OpenMP stuff gets magically faster, but if you're saying it might break something, then yeah, fair enough. We can save the target offload stuff only. Yeah.
Well, it's a trade-off. You don't know either it will be used. If it's of course if it's public exported, then you need to clearly mark it yourself. If it's private, then yes, it's basically just compilation time and size trade-off. Because then you can see whether you actually use those entry points or not, and perhaps if we can arrange for cgraph to compile those entry points later on, so that we can throw away them if they are not used by the function when it's vectorized, then fine. But otherwise, it's a code size trade-off as well. If you compile those functions 6 times and some of them can be huge, whether it's worse if you'd never use it anyway.
It is annoying that the SIMD clone thing, well, like you say, is a huge explosion of functions, and then they're never optimized away. They never get, there's never any dead code elimination or whatever. They just live forever. I don't know whether whole program or LTO or whatever would fix that, but that's like a nice to have optimization that we haven't got yet, I guess.
Yeah, so obviously, if they're externally visible, we can't throw them away. But so if you make them, yeah, if you make them local, but only in, I think the IPA clones is a small IPA pass, right, after the main IPA, when I remember correctly. So I don't think we have function reclaim after that. Because we only know after RTL is emitted, basically. So we would need to have, we could have one more elimination pass if we stop after Gimple, before RTL expansion for all functions. And
if we implement the C++23 assume and OpenMP assume as we discussed in the PR and ORC, then we need the same thing for these, because we want them to be used in the Ranger, perhaps after IPA as well, and then thrown away. And so similar to these, we probably want to arrange them for a cgraph to compile them last. And
yeah, so there was actually one I think two years ago, the parallelization with threads, the Summer of Code project, which basically introduced another IPA phase after Gimple, before RTL expansion, to basically have to constrain the parallel phase. And at that point, it's basically natural to prune not used functions anymore. We are losing the rest of the calls that eventually go away during RTL, but that's probably not the biggest issue then. But they could be resurrected. It comes at a slight compile time penalty, of course. But yeah.
But offloading compilation compile time is not such a huge problem, because users are used to taking that a little longer. And yeah, and we're not talking about whole program, but just some regions of parallel code. So it's fine if the compiler spends time on that and then executes faster. Like in the kernels, OpenACC kernel stuff, when we run Graphite on these regions, you can't do that on your general host code, but it's fine for the offloaded regions.
Yeah, so one other idea was to just collect the individual function assembler fragments separately, so we can throw them, the unused ones, away very, very late. But I'm not sure if that's easier. It's for sure not easier to implement, but it's, of course, cheaper in the end, and even more powerful.
I just wanted to mention that it's not about offloading only, because we already have the problem now with this explicit declare SIMD. If it's a static function, apparently, yeah, we don't remove them anyway. So we emit those 5 or how many on x86, 64 clones, and either we don't use any of them or maybe use just one of them, and we can throw the other 4 away.
the multiple in-branch variants that were being generated have just never been used at all. And so there's one regular SIMD one per vector size, and then probably two in-branch ones per vector size. You end up with like 7 on ARM, I think. I don't know. They were just there, taking up space, minding their own business, not worrying anybody. Right.
Yeah, so in theory, if the functions are never address taken, then the order we process the late optimizations should be in a way that we can actually prune them. So, and I think there's code to exactly catch that case where we know all direct callers, and there's none left when we are starting to compile that leaf on the graph that we just throw it away. But maybe for some reason that's not working, if you say it's not working.
Anything else?
So is there a reason why we see a use of graphite for OpenSCC, and is that relevant for OpenMP somehow? Yeah, I saw there was a parallelization relying on graphite on OpenSCC compilation, and is there similar need in OpenMP?
Okay, so for OpenACC, the need is from the specification mandating that the compiler has to analyze loop nests, whether it can and how it can parallelize them or may parallelize them. For OpenMP, I'm just aware of the loop directive, which is, I guess, not completely the same. It goes a bit into the direction of giving the compiler more freedom to how to execute loop iterations or nested loops. But
make this fast and do whatever you want. And right now we just translate them into the constructs we know how to handle, but we could do much better if we had ideas what to do.
As I understand this, you could use graphite or something else to analyze such loops and then also use that information for your parallelization decisions. But there's no directly corresponding thing to the OpenACC kernels construct in OpenMP.
One thing I'm thinking now about is that now that we have the nice page about OpenMP features, do you have something similar for OpenACC? Yeah. For C++, I think it has one feature which we don't, and that's if a bug or a feature is implemented, then we refer to the, for instance, GCC 13 changes or 11 or whatever, whenever we implement it. But otherwise, we file, usually Marek Polacek files PRs in Bugzilla, and we refer that page to that Bugzilla, and perhaps somebody can assign that to themselves. If they are working on it, we can refer to the patches which have been posted and in review or post-review, but need to have changes, so that we have an idea these features are taken. And I know Tobias has it mostly in his head or in some mails or papers, but it would be nice to have it publicly.
Agreed. No, yeah, I guess Tobias has been doing most of the setup work for OpenMP to track these things, probably together with you, I guess. Yeah, we should do that for OpenACC as well. Occasionally, or users ask which features are supported by GCC, OpenACC, and it would be useful to just point them to some table. We used to track that a bit on a wiki page, but yeah, you need to update it. But yeah, more seriously, or when we get to the OpenACC 2.7 implementation work, my plan was to set up such a tracking page.
In the past, in the past it wasn't needed that much because, well, OpenMP 4.0 came and we implemented in a year or two and said we have implemented the whole standard, but now that we are so behind, it helps users then. We have these and these features and this is not expected to work yet or in this version and so on.
I also a bit started, but I think it's also useful a bit some implementation details or hardware-specific ones. I mean, there's now for OpenMP and OpenMP specific part. I also mentioned that libm kind is used automatically if it's available, and also some of what I showed in one of the slides, and we also discussed these prioritization levels. So I think it would be good to keep that also expand and keep up to date. I mean, it's in libcomp itself, or libcomp TechI, the documentation format.
So given that both OpenACC and OpenMP use libcomp and the same thing, can you actually mix both in a program?
The marketing business answer to that is don't try it when it won't support you. But I don't think there's anybody deliberately tried to do anything to stop it working. Okay, there.
Actually, for PTX offloading, the MK offload detects the case when both -f OpenACC and OpenMP are active because of the code generation difference, because the OpenMP and the PTX offloading is using a different stack setup, and then you maybe, if you have it in different... That's a good question, yeah. So I know, or I've heard that NVIDIA PGI are supporting such a thing, or maybe someone else, I don't remember. And you can even, for example, set up your data regions with OpenMP, and then you do an OpenACC parallel in there and stuff like that. It's a bit difficult because the semantics are slightly different between the data clauses and these kind of things, but it could be done, but the specifications don't refer to each other, so.
So for GCN, the way that the kernel entry point is constructed depends on whether the option is active or not. So you would need to use a different translation unit to switch between the technologies. But I believe they can coexist if you did, as long as, obviously an OpenACC kernel can't be calling the OpenMP runtime initialization routine. That's not going to work. Not least because that's immediately going to lock the other threads off into a slave mode, and that's not how OpenACC works. But as long as you never have both OpenMP and OpenACC active at once, I believe it will be okay.
I think, well, with asynchronous, but it doesn't matter then it's different CUs or. But I think at least on PTX you have the problem that we basically link all the PTX files from the same shared library together, and if you mix them to multi-libs of the libcomp and libc, and it will not work. But what certainly should work is have, for instance, OpenMP host directives and then OpenACC offloading. That I think we have even tests for that.
We don't currently, but yeah, I agree it should work. There are some compile tests for mixed, so yeah, to get the nesting checks are basically to refuse things that don't make sense, or we declared they don't make sense. The problem is, so yeah, it's a totally legitimate request to use OpenMP for host parallelism, and then in each thread, host thread, access a different GPU, for example. But that's also not currently implemented.
Okay, so my main issue was like if you have a library that uses OpenACC and you have a library that uses OpenMP and you use them both, you will probably get libcomp initialized once or twice. And does libcomp know if it's initialized for OpenACC or OpenMP? And could it detect conflicts? And so basically the offload target isn't initialized in an OpenMP way or in an OpenACC way. So in theory it might work, but it's not actually documented that it does work, or the other way around.
Yeah, so when the runtime library initializes or loads a plugin for GPU, that's generic, that just sets up some state for the GPU, and then there are different plugin entry points to launch OpenACC, OpenMP kernels. There are shared entry points for the memory management and other miscellaneous things. So yeah, it should work what you've described, that you have some shared library that uses OpenACC and another OpenMP. Which, well, it has a chance to work, yeah.
On the device side, if you have multiple translation units, you would end up with multiple instances of libcomp on the target side, So So I mean, and that should work, because the global state that it has is per thread anyway, or per team, or per gang. I mean, they have to be insulated from each other anyway. Yes, it doesn't care. I don't believe it cares. Nobody wants it.
Just curious, did anybody test the AMD plus NVIDIA in either OpenACC or MP together? It should be possible.
So the way that, because the NVPTX plugin doesn't dynamically load CUDA depending on whether it exists, you couldn't possibly have a binary that works on both yet, unless there was always CUDA installed on the machine. No. Well, no, just it won't. The dynamic linker says no. The moment you try and it tries to probe the device, it says it detects there's an NVPTX kernel in the system. It tries to load the plugin NVPTX, and the dynamic linker says, well, there's no library for me on the system. But GCN doesn't. If there's no GCN on the system, it just won't load. It just says there's no device. But there are. I think we don't normally build toolchains that target both, because we're normally working on one or the other.
I actually always, or most of the times, build toolchains that support all offload targets, which still includes Intel mic offloading, which I'm occasionally, which is the reason that I'm occasionally fixing some things there. Maybe I should stop that, or maybe. But that's a good cue. What are we going to do with Intel mic offloading? Okay, Yeah. And that's right. Another good comment I want to make, LLVM have reintroduced something like that for debugging purposes, because then you can, for example, run sanitizers on offloaded code, which runs in a different process, so different address space. So that's quite useful, but this doesn't help us if nobody is maintaining it.
It's basically fork offloading to the same machine, except that it's specific to x86-64 and nothing else for some strange reason. It has really nothing to do with Intel otherwise, because, it was meant to target KNL, but KNL in the end was never shipped as an offloading card, PCI card, wherever you could offload from the host, and so they decided only ship it as the main chip in the computer. And so that's not offloading anymore. And so perhaps the offloading was if you have some, these machines wired into some cluster and have some machine behind it. But then it's like other MPI. It's not a single machine anymore. So yeah, the only thing worth it is the debugging of stuff where you have non-shared memory and want to emulate it on your host and make it more easily debuggable, even when it's probably hard to debug anyway, because you need to attach the debugger to the forked child. And
so one other question: if I have multiple accelerators in my system of the same kind, exactly same kind, will libcomp then distribute the single loop onto all of them transparently? No.
I think in OpenM 6 they are talking about kind of constructs that iterate over all possible devices and allow you to distribute across the devices and put some of the iterations on this device, other iterations on this device.
So I was recently looking at libcomp having multiple plugins that both are active at the same time, and found that the resolve device function is actually buggy. So it will not work if both of them. It needs a bit of like twinkling then before we can have like it selecting the right device for the code.
If it's buggy, then it should be fixed. I thought it should work, but yeah, I don't have any more multiple NVIDIA cards in a single machine. But the intent certainly is to support multiple devices of the same kind as well as multiple devices of different kinds. And we then have also the selector of the requires directive saying that I want only the devices that support this feature, so shared memory or reverse offloading and stuff like that. And so filter and don't announce devices that don't support such features.
Our use case was like we have the same AMD GPU, but we wanted to run code on it in two different ways. So, so when I have the two plugins enabled, I found out that selecting one the other was like not possible the way the code was. So then we sort of gave up on that idea and going with the just one plugin at the time. So that bug was not important for me as such. But if we want to enable like multiple, then that has to be fixed.
Yeah, so to answer that question, when you currently want to use, so in OpenACC, you have, there is one active accelerator per host thread. And when your system has several GPU cards, you have to use several host threads for that, which, as discussed earlier, GCC currently does not have a good story for, because it doesn't support mixing OpenMP for host and OpenACC for device unless you do it in separate translation units or things like that. No. Or use P threads. Might work. But also I remember a bug report that there's some locking issues in the entry points in libcomp, so that should be resolved first. You're right, multiple processes, that definitely works, yeah. Mm-hmm. Of course. Okay, silence. We answered all questions. No.
I mean, you just said that OpenMP thread level and inside OpenACC things it doesn't work. So the other question is, is it supposed to? Can you do OpenACC host level parallelism? So can you nest the other way around?
That is all an OpenACC 2.7 feature, or not actually a feature, but in OpenACC 2.7 they clarified a lot of things because again, NVIDIA, I think, had been experimenting with compiling OpenACC directives to multi-core host. So, which gives you kind of an overlap with OpenMP without tasking and whatever else OpenMP supports. Some users requested that, and the idea is that you can use that for host-side parallelism, and in there then do the OpenACC offloading. In theory, you should also be able to do OpenMP offloading inside OpenACC host parallelism. Needs to be implemented, so we're not currently implementing the OpenMP for multi-core host. And I guess the implications or the difficulties would be the same as the other way around.
In OMP lowering, I think we have that nesting of regions diagnostics. So I think we diagnose mixing of OpenMP and OpenACC that can't work. But other than that, yeah, if there are bugs or unimplemented features probably in the Gimplifier or OpenMP, Gimplifier probably. So the propagation of variables, then it could be fixed. But if something doesn't work within the same function, then it probably will work if the OpenMP directives are in a different function, and then you just call a function with OpenACC inside of it, then yeah, the compiler doesn't know anything about that, and it needs to work because that's just normal pthread create and yeah. Yeah. Well, with offloading, I'm a little bit worried because some kernels could have shared symbols between. Yeah. As for OpenMPD, I'm afraid that the effort by the Egyptian students has died off. They probably ended the semester or task because nobody responded since July on it. So I think we'll need to dig up the patches from their branch and whatever has been posted to the mailing list and adjust it ourselves to the patch review, but probably commit it to a different branch, and because it's not complete yet, and somebody will need to finish it. It will be one of the unimplemented tasks, at least fortunately with some initial work on it.
Do you have actually to start a new topic, unless someone wants to comment on this or it's another one? Do we have any good idea how to handle this exception versus not exception support in C++, where we want to have on the device C++ lib standard C, but without exception support, and on the host we want to have it with?
So I looked into that actually, did some estimation work to get some basic C++ working in offloaded regions where the offload targets do not support the same features as the host, or the idea is that they don't have to, like the OpenACC specification, I think same for OpenMP, does not require that exceptions work, at least across the host device boundary and these kind of things. And for example, for exceptions, you need to have some kind of tables, and that does not work with PTX. So literally, PTX does not support C++ exceptions, at least. Well, and we can't do set jump, long jump things because of huge register files. And the problem is that, as Tobias mentioned, we do this compilation such that for offloading compilation we are not again going through the source code, but instead take the LTO stream, which by then already contains some dependencies on targets of the host, like whether exceptions are supported and in which way, or what we briefly discussed in 1PR about symbol alias support, because the C++ front end sees, okay, the x86 or PowerPC backend support symbol aliases, so I use that for the constructors that C++ synthesizes. And then in the NVPTX target, offload target compilation, we do not handle that case, so we get missing symbols because the... That's correct, that's just one other example for C++. For getting that exceptions thing to work, and exceptions come into play as soon as you instantiate some C++ object which has some exception specification on it. And what I have done is do a tiny parser that's just hacked up to see if it works at all, and it does, to have at the beginning of the offload compilation tiny parse that replaces the throw gimbal statements basically by abort or something like that, and have a tiny libc or libsup C++ implementation to do the setup of the exception structure.
So I would say any explicit abort wouldn't be supported by the specification, at least in the offload things. So I would just set flag exceptions to 0 and get rid of all the exception edges and state, and then be done with that. And if there's anything remaining, well, then it was the user's fault.
Yeah, but the flag exception is evaluated still in the host code, and you want to continue supporting. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We can look into that, of course. Yeah, that's in an estimation phase. And
to repeat what she said, it is suggests most to simply replace the exception edges, or in your words, maybe yourself. But the others, I mean, for the Zoom audience, you can repeat what you just said as proposal.
I didn't use the microphone?
No.
Oh, okay.
The mic was there.
The mic was there. Too bad. I'm getting tired. So my idea would be to just, as you mentioned, a very early cleanup path where we have this fix up CFG path, which is, I think, after stream in, right? So and if your target in it can then just unset the exception flag, we can do in fix up CFG, clean all the exception code from the function.
Yeah, just one quick thing there. I tried or experimented with that to force the offload targets to flag exceptions 0. That did not work because at LTO stream read in, it sees exceptions regions being defined, the data structure, and then forces the flag to on. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think we should stream it in, and then in a separate path or in a separate subpath of the streaming in, clear the flag, kill all the edges, and I think for OpenMP it has been clarified that throw may act as pragma OMP error or something similar. So we can't abort in that case, but we need to call a different library routine, but of course, yeah, we can find out this, and for OpenACC, perhaps we can abort and yeah, replace these calls, and without the edges, it should be okay, I hope.
So you can just implement zip, lib, zap, C++ by implementing all functions to abort.
Anything else? Otherwise, we are at the top of the hour. But anything else?
So one remark to the alias issue. Maybe it's possible to produce these clones at the higher level only during some IPA phase and not from the front end itself, so that we later get to choose the way we do them. But I'm not sure if that's the best solution.
So there is some support for simple aliasing in PTX, just it's not, or has been found to not be sufficient for all that GCC wants to use it for. But there also are ideas how to implement simple aliasing support by doing that in the NVPTX linker, which comes from us. So it's not really a linker, it just concatenates files, PTX files, and then could resolve some directives to clone functions or whatever, or just come up with some small jump functions, stuff like that. Yeah. And to finish that story, so with a few more hacks, I've been able to get C++ support working in offloaded regions. At least the few things that I tested. But the container types, and that's the interesting things that people want to use. That did work eventually. But again, it's just a prototype hack, not upstreamable. Okay, then we thank you all for your participation. And that's it, that's the Cauldron, I guess. Okay, great.